Welcome to Fenway Park on a beautiful night for baseball. It's game 2 of a 3-game series between the Seattle Mariners and the Boston Red Sox. Hi again, everybody. I'm Don Orsillo, and welcome to Red Sox baseball. Well, the Red Sox are very much in the mix so far in 2013 in the American League East. Everyone kind of wondered what the Red Sox would do, hoping the Red Sox would bolster their pitching staff, and last night they did. The Red Sox able to obtain Jake Peavy from the Chicago White Sox. Worked out to be a 7-player deal. His career record, 128-97. He's 32 years of age, his 12th season in the major leagues. He's pitched only twice since June the 4th, but going 2-0 in that time. And in his career, a Gold Glove under his belt, as well as the 2007 National League Cy Young Award winner. He's a 3-time All-Star and twice led the National League in ERA with the Padres in 04 and in 07. We welcome in Jerry Remy. And Jerry, your thoughts on this deal for Jake Peavy?
Well, I think it's a great deal for the Red Sox. And, I talked to John Farrell and Juan Nieves about him. Nieves, of course, was his pitching coach last year in Chicago. And the fact that, he's a real bulldog kind of guy. He's a guy that's a veteran pitcher that's been around the block. He knows exactly what to do. He knows what it's like to play in a big market, and a guy that's going to have a big effect, I think, on the Red Sox pitching staff. It's going to help in a couple of ways. First of all, the starting rotation. And you got Workman, who pitched in the game last night, did a great job. He'll move to the bullpen, which will make the bullpen stronger. So I think Peavy's the guy that they were after all along, and they got their man.
Well, the general manager, Ben Cherington, explains the move.
We came in really wanting mostly to add a starting pitcher if we could. We felt like that was the most important thing we could do to protect the team going down the stretch, and we were able to add the guy we wanted, and we felt like Peavy was the best fit for us, and we were able to get that done last night. Worked on some other stuff, but never really got close on anything else today. We talked to teams about bullpen arms, but I don't think we were motivated quite enough to pay the prices that it would take, and more so confident in the guys we have here. We liked our team before we made any moves, but we felt like, again, the starting pitching in particular was an area that we were trying to bolster. Confident that with Clay coming back, that can hopefully be a strength for us the rest of the way, no matter what happens. And as we know from past experience here, if you don't have that starting pitching depth late in the year, it can come back to get you. So hopefully we've protected ourselves enough. You never know. But that was our goal, and we're happy to be able to add a guy like Peavy.
Well, the Red Sox certainly glad to have Jake Peavy. We'll talk more Jake Peavy when we return to Fenway Park with more right after this. And the Seattle Mariners. Welcome back inside the broadcast booth, everybody. I'm Don Orsillo. Well, the Red Sox have obtained Jake Peavy. A lot of people worried about how the Red Sox would react to adding a new player to their clubhouse, a clubhouse that has had terrific chemistry in 2013. With more, here's Jenny Dell.
Well, Don, there is just one word that everyone keeps going back to when describing Jake Peavy, and that is competitive. And as Jerry Remy said earlier, someone that knows that is the Red Sox pitching coach Juan Nieves, who spent 4 seasons with Peavy back in Chicago. And Juan said he described him using 3 statements: an ultimate warrior, extremely competitive, and the fact that he has a doctorate in pitching.
John Lackey is on the hill for the Red Sox tonight. He's 7-8 on the season with a 3.19 earned run average, but 15-10 in his career against the M's. We're back with first pitch from Fenway right after this. Kia, McDonald's of Boston, Salem 5 Bank, and Pedroia's World. Toyota's official site for deals via Toyota.com. And by Southwest Airlines. And these aerial views are brought to you by Hood, the official dairy of the Boston Red Sox. Follow the Hood Blimp on Facebook and Twitter at Hood Blimp. The Hood flying tonight in beautiful conditions here at Fenway Park. High blue skies above the yard as the Red Sox take the field tonight, ready to go for Game 2 of the series. As they take the field, let's check out the Seattle Mariners starting 9. Leading it off and at shortstop is Brad Miller with Nick Franklin at second base. Kyle Seager at third base bats third with Kendrys Morales the DH. Raul Ibanez in left field. Michael Morse at first base bats sixth. Michael Saunders in right field seventh with Dustin Ackley in center field. And Humberto Quintero does the catching and bats ninth. Ibanez with very good numbers against this pitcher. As we go down the pipe with FW Webb, this pitcher is John Lackey, and he makes his 19th start of the year. Comes in at 7-8 with a 3.19 earned run average. 102 strikeouts to 24 walks, and opponents hitting at .250 against Lackey. He's got 15 wins in his career against the Seattle Mariners.
The Red Sox defense is brought to you on NESN by Southwest Airlines. They are 8th in the league with 59 errors on the season. Brock Holt will be at third base. Stephen Drew, the shortstop. Dustin Pedroia at second. Mike Napoli, the first baseman. Left to right, Mike Kopp, Jacoby Ellsbury, and Shane Victorino. And Jared Saltalamacchia doing the catching for John Lackey.
Umpire crew tonight, the crew chief, Gary Darling, has the play calling the balls and strikes. David Rackley at first base, Jerry Meals at second base, and Chris Conroy is the umpire at third. Now, tonight's game is available in Spanish by pushing the SAP button on your television remote. Enjoy the game.
Buenas noches, amigos.
Mention the conditions, and here are the numbers. 78 degrees at the ballpark tonight. Breeze from right to left at 9 miles per hour, and partly cloudy is the forecast for the remainder of the evening. Very comfortable here to start the ball game tonight. And the Red Sox trying to make it 2 in a row over the Seattle Mariners. And heading into tonight's game, the Sox are a half game back of the Tampa Bay Rays. The Orioles now 5 games behind the Rays. Well, John Farrell will have Jake Peavy on his staff, and no word as to when he is going to start. It appears Saturday seems like a likely date, with now Brandon Workman being returned to the bullpen for the Red Sox. John Lackey's first pitch of the ball game is a swing for Miller, who sends one out to left. Mike Karp is there, and he makes the catch for the game's first out.
According to John Farrell, Jake Peavy will report to the Red Sox tomorrow, probably throw a bullpen session, and then they'll decide when he's going to make his first start in a Red Sox uniform.
And Brandon Workman, Jerry, he's been terrific.
Well, I'd say he impressed me last night, Don, and especially in that bases loaded situation where he needed outs and he got 2 strikeouts in that situation. I mean, he has been absolutely outstanding for the Red Sox.
There's Nick Franklin, who takes strike 1 over the inside corner. Franklin, the Mariners' second baseman. Last night 1 for 4, had a double in the game. Road trip beginning last night for Seattle. It will continue after this 3-game series with a weekend series in Baltimore before the Mariners return home. Robbie Thompson managing the club again in the absence of Eric Wedge, who talked about it last night, who had a mild stroke last week and will not be on this entire trip for the M's. Franklin's down by way of the K. First strikeout of the night for John Lackey, 2 down.
Now, Lackey with a very good fastball here in the first inning, 95 miles an hour up and away from Franklin to pick up his first strikeout of the night. The Pit Zone on NESN is brought to you by Amica Insurance. Great service, great coverage, and a great price for auto, home, or life insurance.
2 down in the first. Kyle Seager hit the ball hard a couple of times last night as he stands in. Seager at 295 on the year. The Red Sox go into the shift. On the right side of the infield is a strike over the inside corner. Pedroia ducking back to the short lawn and right. Seager leads the Mariners in hits with 120 on the year as he jumps back out of the way of that fastball. He's had a very good month of July that comes to an end today, but he hits at 389 during the month. Grounds it foul, and that'll make its way into the Red Sox dugout. I want to remind you to get set for every Red Sox game on NESN with Red Sox Game Day Live, presented by DCU. NESN's pregame coverage of the Sox begins an hour before every game. DCU, Digital Federal Credit Union, banking the DCU way. Two down in the first inning. Here's a 1-2 pitch from John Lackey. And it's grounded foul down towards the tarp area. Kyle Seager's brother Justin was just drafted by the Mariners in the 12th round in June. Shift is on, and it's Pedroia in right field, who gets up quickly and fires to first for the out. Nicely done by Dustin Pedroia. A 1-2-3 first. Red Sox are coming up. first inning as they go in order. As for the Mariners, season numbers brought to you by Nissan for Hisashi Iwakuma, his 23rd appearance of the year. He's had a very good year, 10-4 with a 2.87 earned run average, 129 strikeouts, 22 walks, opponents hitting at 216. However, the Red Sox got to him July 9th in 3 innings, chased him from the game. He gave up 6 runs. And he almost hits Jacoby Ellsbury, the first pitch that he throws tonight.
Yeah, since that time when the Red Sox got to him out in Seattle, he has won 3 straight games from that point on.
Carl Willis, his pitching coach, looking on from the Mariners dugout. Ellsbury sounds like a broken bat, and he'll find its way into left center field. Just out of the reach of Brad Miller, who timed his leap. And Ellsbury's got a leadoff single here in the bottom of the first inning. Let's check out the Red Sox starting 9. It is brought to you by New England Chevy dealers. Jacoby Ellsbury leading it off in center with Shane Victorino in right. Dustin Pedroia at second base with David Ortiz at DH. Mike Napoli at first base with Jared Saltalamacchia doing the catching. Mike Carp gets to start in left field tonight with Stephen Drew at shortstop. And Brock Holt at third base rounds out the starting 9. Well, nice start for Jacoby Ellsbury, who has been hot. There's a single here in the bottom of the first inning, and it brings up Shane Victorino.
Last time we saw Iwakuma in Seattle, it was fastball, breaking ball, split-fingered fastball, and it was one of those nights that he was just not on. The Red Sox jumped all over him.
I'm trying to start early against him again tonight. Shane Victorino had a good night last night, had 3 hits in the game. He'll take a strike over the inside corner, and it's 1-1. Ellsbury with that base hit extends his hitting streak to 6 games now. Outside for ball 2, and it's 2-1. Iwakuma with 10 victories on the year heading into tonight's game. And he misses outside with ball 3. He's allowed 21 home runs this season, most on the staff for the Mariners. He's given up 27 of 49 runs allowed this season, including 21 of 37 in his last 14 starts have come via the home run. Victorino will take the strike. Not sure if he was looking for something else there. It's a full count, 3-2. The 21 home runs that he has allowed is 6th most in the American League. This is to left field. Ibanez is not going to get there. Drops down in front of him for a base hit. Ibanez gets it back in quickly to third as Ellsbury is only able to take second, and the first 2 Red Sox have reached here in the bottom of the first inning.
Let's take a look at the Seattle defense. That's 6th in the American League. 52 errors on the season. Kyle Seager at third base. Brad Miller at shortstop. Nick Franklin at second. And Michael Morse, the first baseman. Left to right, Raul Ibanez, Dustin Ackley, and Michael Saunders. And Humberto Quintero doing the catching for Iwakuma.
2 on, nobody out in the Boston first inning. Red Sox trying to get off to a quick start tonight. And here is Dustin Pedroia. 296, 7 homers and 61 runs driven in. And been in a slump until last night. Kind of broke out of it a little bit last night. As he takes strike one. Well, Dustin 2 for 4 in last night's game, including a home run. Able to get his 7th home run of the season over the second row of the monster seats. All part of a Red Sox victory last night in game 1 of the series. Pedroia lines it into center field, a base hit. Ackley gets to it quickly. They will stop Ellsbury. Jacoby was headed back to second base. It looked like he thought somebody could catch that ball in the middle infield. So he went back and could only get to third.
Yeah, that's a tough one to read because it's a line drive, and the one thing you don't want to have happen is a double play on a line drive caught by the second baseman right there. Once he realizes it's going to get through, there's really no choice but to hold him up at third base.
Bases filled with Red Sox here in the first inning. 3 straight hits. The table is set for David Ortiz. Big Papi at 328, 20 homers and 68 runs batted in. Against right-handers this season, David hitting at 360 and 15 of the 20 home runs he has off right-handed pitching. Iwakuma starting him off with a breaking ball, but misses for strike one. This season with the bases loaded, David 3 for 4 with 7 RBIs. Did he go? No. 2-0.
That slider was around 81. The splitter was 85. And the fastball's up around 90, 90 plus. Quickly behind 2 balls and no strikes to Ortiz. He'll be zeroed in on something middle in.
Ortiz fouls it off.
Had a pretty good pitch to hit right there, but that front shoulder just left a little bit too soon for Ortiz on that 2-0 fastball. And he fouls it straight back.
David has 11 career grand slams. That's with the bases loaded, nobody out here in the bottom of the first inning. Trying to get to Iwakuma early here. Outside for ball 3. Mike Napoli waiting on deck. Sox batting here in the bottom of the first inning. Ortiz takes strike 2, full count.
That's a tough 3-1 pitch too to swing at. It's a pretty nasty fastball down and away from Big Papi. If you're thinking about pulling the ball in that situation, that's not a pitch you want to swing at.
Ellsbury at third base, Victorino at second, Pedroia at first. Ortiz taps one back towards the mound. Iwakuma glove to glove for the out there. Throw to first for an out there. And a double play. What a huge play for the Mariners and Iwakuma. Worst case scenario right there for the Red Sox.
Yeah, and pretty impressive play by Iwakuma as he kind of flips it right out of his glove to his catcher, Quintero. And he has plenty of time to go to first base and get Ortiz. So 2 huge outs. Red Sox still do have 2-minute scoring position, but that's a big double play.
1 to 2 to 3 on the DP.
Iwakuma there right out of the glove, right to his catcher, a perfect flip.
So 2 down, second and third now, and a chance for Mike Napoli. Napoli at 260, 14 homers and 64 runs batted in. It's Victorino at third base, Pedroia at second base, and 2 outs in the Boston first inning. Mike Napoli 1 for 4 in last night's game, and so far 1 for 8 in the homestand. Missing a little bit high, now missing a little bit low, and it's 2-0. Quintero turning around to talk to home plate umpire Gary Darling. That's a strike as it picks up the outside corner. Iwakuma an out away from getting out of this mess here for him in the first inning. Red Sox had him loaded with nobody out. Mike Napoli and the Red Sox with other ideas. Swing and a miss, and it's 2-2. 92 miles an hour that time.
Napoli 1 for 2 against Iwakuma, and that one hit was a home run. He threw the fastball by him on the inside part of the plate that time.
Last 9 games from Mike Napoli, hitting at .294. Outside, ball 3, full count. Third full count already for Iwakuma. You got Jared Saltalamacchia waiting on deck with 2 outs in the inning. Ball 4, Napoli down to first base. This will reload the bases for the Red Sox. Well, Beth Israel Deaconess Medical Center, the official hospital of the Boston Red Sox, invites you to join the walking club. Sign up today and get a cool wristband plus everything you need to start a walking program for better health. Find out more at bidmc.org. Bases loaded with 2 outs here in the bottom of the first inning and a chance for Jared Saltalamacchia. Jared at 263, 9 homers and 41 runs batted in. 2 for 4 in last night's game and includes a home run. And a 2-run shot in the 8th inning last night. His first home run since June the 9th. All part of a Red Sox victory. Now trying to get out to a fast start here in the first inning. You've had a very good opportunity. Bases loaded with 2 outs, and here's an 0-1 pitch. And it is lined to first, and Iwakuma gets out of the jam in the first inning. Red Sox threaten but do not score. Back at Fenway Park, Iwakuma getting out of a major mess in the first inning as the Red Sox have the bases loaded with nobody out. He gets out of it. 24 pitches in the first as John Lackey back on the mound after a 1-2-3 first inning on 10 pitches. And it's Kendrys Morales leads it off here in the second inning. Former Angel will take a pitch for a strike, and it's 1-1. John Lackey, a fly out, strikeout, and a ground out in a quick first inning. This one back up the middle and by the dive of Drew. And into center field. A base hit for Morales, first base runner of the night for the Seattle Mariners. Well, right now, Ace Ticket has special savings on all Red Sox games. Visit Ace Ticket for great seats at the lowest prices, either for a game or for all of this summer's hottest concerts. Visit Ace Ticket or call 1-800-MY-SEATS. Leadoff single for Kendrys Morales here in the second inning. Here's Raul Ibanez, 252, 24 homers, and 56 runs batted in. And a swing and a miss. Fastball cutting in. Ibanez with 10 home runs in the last 29 games. And a ground ball into the shift. Going to second for one is Holt, back to first for two. Double play. Red Sox had the shift on their third baseman Brock Holt on the right side. Starts that double play.
Of course, Holt has middle infield experience, and he makes this look very easy. Spins, throws it to Drew, who's the relay man, and they just barely get Ibanez at first base. But the shift really paid off that time. Has two quick outs for John Lackey.
Two down here in the second inning from Michael Morse. Morse will sky one foul off to the right out of play. Morse sitting at 246, 11 home runs, 23 runs batted in. Was on the DL when the Red Sox were in Seattle to play the Mariners with a strained right quad at the time. It's a fly ball to right field shallow. Pedroia out, Victorino in. Shane calls off Dustin and makes the catch. 7 pitch, second inning, scoreless from Fenway. Recognized last night's Sox starter Brandon Workman for going the Firestone Complete Extra Mile. Workman earned his first career Major League win last night and holding the Mariners to just 1 run over 6 innings. Workman has held opponents to 2 runs or fewer and got at least 6 innings in each of his first 3 Major League starts. First Sox pitcher to do so since Rick Jones' first 3 Major League starts in 1976. Workman's efforts are recognized by Firestone and know what it's like to help drivers go the extra mile.
And what does that get him? A trip to the bullpen
right
in a
back
couple
to the
of days.
It gives the Red Sox a great deal of depth, as this pitch will miss up high. And you brought up the point during the pregame that this really helps the bullpen out, and the move not only helping the starting rotation with a guy like Workman now moving out to the pen.
Hey, you've got a guy that's stretched out that can pitch multiple innings out there for you, and tough innings.
Mike Karp leading it off here in the bottom of the 2nd inning. Stephen Drew, then Brock Holt expected here in the 2nd. Karp hits a high fly ball out to right center field. Ackley coming from center field. They'll put it away for the first out of the 2nd as we check in with Jenny Dell.
Well, Don, there's been so much excitement surrounding this Jake Peavy deal and what may lie ahead for this team. So for our AT&T text poll question of the night, we want to ask fans at home, which one of these deadline trades do you feel has been the most memorable for the Sox? Text your vote to 536-536 and select A for Justin Masterson for Victor Martinez, B for Manny Ramirez for Jason Bay, C Nomar Garciaparra to the Cubs, or D Jason Varitek and Derek Lowe for Heathcliff Slocum. We will track this poll all night long and give you the final results during NESN Sports Today following our Sox coverage. Don?
Jay, thank you very much. A lot of good trades on there.
A couple of good ones. I noticed how the Ramirez trade thing popped up, but I think they were thinking Pedro Martinez instead of Victor.
Yeah.
Instead of yeah. And then all of a sudden it went backwards.
Line into right field. A base hit for Stephen Drew. He's on with 1 out here in the 2nd inning.
Well, no shortage of base runners here in the first couple of innings for the Red Sox. The bases loaded with nobody out. The first could not score. Now Drew, with 1 out, picks up a base hit. He was 1 for 2 against Iwakuma in that game in Seattle.
Well, now 1 on for Brock Holt, hitting at .290. No homers and 8 runs batted in. He started at third base in Boston's first 9 games after he had been recalled on July the 6th in his first Major League stint. Then was optioned back to Pawtucket. They bring him back tonight, and he starts at third base. And John Farrell saying before the game, largely because he can move over and back up Stephen Drew at shortstop. Of course, the Varitek low deal for Heathcliff Slocum. That was a Dan Duquette trade. One ball, 1 strike to Brock Holt. This one fouled off. I like how instant this is, though, Jerry. I mean, things are happening.
Yeah,
it's exciting.
Right in the moment. It really is.
I mean, as soon as Jenny gets done, I mean, it starts.
Up goes back.
Yes.
Up.
Karp flies out to center to begin the inning. Drew singles to right, and now Brock Holt with a count of 1-2. In the air to left field, sending Ibanez back. He'll have room as he steps onto the dirt of the track. And back to first goes Stephen Drew. 2 down in the inning. We'll stay with NESN following our Sox coverage for NESN Sports Today, presented by People's United Bank. Coming to you live here at Fenway Park. We'll look at the ramifications of today's MLB trade deadline. Mike Salk has the Boston Buzz, and Peter Gammon sits down with Dustin Pedroia. All that and more comes your way with Adam Pellerin and Leah Hextall tonight following our Sox coverage. Leah Hextall popped by the booth moments ago to say hello. They are here for tonight's Essen Sports Today. Two down, Drew at first base, and Jacoby Ellsbury the batter. Jerry, I noticed you're back out there again today, so apparently the height thing you're getting over.
No, I must admit, I was shaky up there. I was
really,
a little nervous, but when you have Tom Carra next to you, it calms you down a little bit, you know, so everything was fine. And it's not that long of a hit, really, so. But it is a little scary.
I did notice there is nothing underneath the booth out there, and I think that's probably your concern more than anything else.
Yeah, it's like a empty elevator shaft, and you know, if that pot goes,
yeah,
you go.
They don't seem to be concerned about it, though.
No, not at all.
Maybe they could strap you in, maybe like a harness or something. You'd feel better about the hit. Maybe.
I really feel trapped then.
Really?
I mean, at least if I'm just sitting in the chair, I can get up and leave at any time. Run away.
You can run down this ramp right here on the right.
Yeah.
And take off. Short lead at first for Stephen Drew. Two down here in the second inning. The 1-1 pitch will miss for ball two.
It's a nice walk back from there, too, because you get to mingle with a lot of the fans here at the ballpark, people who have been season ticket holders for years and years, and it's amazing.
Got to get a feel for the flavor of the ballpark. The 2-1 pitch is on the ground at third base, picked on the backhand by Seager. Long throw gets there in plenty of time to get Ellsbury and to end the second inning. Through two from the Fens, no score. Back at Fenway without a score as Michael Saunders shows bunt but takes a strike to begin things here in the top half of the third inning. Michael Saunders, Dustin Ackley, and Humberto Quintero bat here in the inning against John Lackey. It's given up one hit through the first two innings. Fly ball off to the left. It'll make its way into the seats. Well, Jerry, if you're sitting on the monster, for your own safety, do not reach over the wall if you're out there anytime soon watching a game.
Yeah, plus you interfere with the baseball if you do. So just sit there and enjoy the game. And put your stuff where Don puts it on that little table in front of him.
This is on the ground to shortstop. Stephen Drew will pick it on the backhand, and the throw is in plenty of time for the first out of the inning. Well, fans, don't miss out on the action as the Red Sox continue their homestand this week. Come be a part of the action as the Sox face Seattle tomorrow for the last time this season. Tickets for this matchup and the other Sox games are available at redsox.com/tickets. You also can call 877-RED-SOX-9 or visit the Fenway Park ticket office for information on all upcoming Sox games. One out in the third inning. Dustin Ackley takes strike one. Ackley at .216 with a home run, 17 runs batted in. We're talking about stuff and having it in front of you, Jerry. I got a tweet earlier from Jess Smith, who's out there tonight on the monster seats, and she had all of her stuff laid out there in front, so you could tell that she was really enjoying having her stuff there. She tweeted at Don Orsillo. That's how she got a hold of me.
Right.
Yeah. So.
What was that again?
At Don Orsillo. There it is. Let me ask you about the other side of this trade, because everybody's talking about Jake Peavy. Your thoughts on losing Jose Iglesias? I mean, it is a loss.
It is a loss, and he's one of the slickest glove guys I've ever seen. Really, and where he's going to end up offensively, I really don't have an answer for that. Because obviously he was not going to be a 400 hitter, probably not a 300 hitter. And if he settles in somewhere in the big leagues between a 250, 260, 270 hitter, he's going to be very valuable to a ball club. I mean, you lose a good player. You got to give up something to get a good player in return. And he's got an excellent opportunity going to the Tigers. We'll see in time where he ends up offensively. We know what he's going to do defensively. He's going to be great. There's no question about that. And the Red Sox are deep at that position at shortstop in the minor league system, so they could afford to let a guy like Iglesias go.
1-2 pitch is going to miss inside, and it's 2-2. He ends up going to the Tigers. And with you're talking about 3-team deals last night, Jerry. This would have been a tough one to do. You got a lot of different guys going a lot of different places. This
never would have figured this out.
But I think if you look at that, I mean, he is a prospect, obviously, because he's still a young guy and you have years left. But you didn't lose any of your what you would consider blue chip prospects from the minor leagues.
Guys that you expect to be here another year or two.
This is off Lackey, and it kicks towards third, but reaching at first is Ackley. Looked like he got him in the foot, but see how Lackey is here. That was back at him sharply. Rick Jameson and John Farrell coming out to check on Red Sox starter.
Yeah, it's almost like Lackey was trying to jump out of the way of that, and he's saying he's fine. Don't bother even coming out. I'm okay. And they turn around and head right back to the dugout. Now, Lackey didn't even have time to jump out of the way of that. That was just got him in his follow through.
One out, one on. Humberto Quintero. We saw Henry Blanco do the catching last night as this throw to first has Ackley diving back to the bag.
Ackley with only one steal on the season has been caught one time.
Numbers in 24 games with the Phillies. He has 2 at bats in a Mariners uniform, coming in 0 for 2. This is grounded towards second base. Pedroia to second base for one. Little stutter step and trouble getting it out of the glove, but he gets it there in time. And Drew had trouble getting it out, but a double play ends the inning scoreless. Farms Smart Pay check link and save 10 cents on every gallon every day. People have saved over $2 million already, so join for free at CumberlandFarms.com. Looks pretty good. It's up on the monster seats. It's into the bottom of the third inning we go. Shane Victorino, Dustin Pedroia, David Ortiz. The bat here in the third. Red Sox had a terrific opportunity. Go by the boards in the first inning. The bases loaded, nobody out, could not score. Bases were reloaded with 2 outs and weren't able to score. They've left 4 men on through the first 2 innings against Iwakuma. By and large, this turned out to be a pretty quiet trade deadline day.
Yeah, but so much focus was on what the Red Sox were doing. I really didn't get an opportunity to see what a lot of the other clubs were doing, but it didn't seem to be a lot.
You get so many clubs in the mix now. That second wild card, there's a lot of teams who believe, right or wrong, that they are still in it in the mix, and you certainly don't want to send the wrong message to your fan base or your clubhouse, which is another thing at this stage of the year.
That's exactly right. And John Farrell was talking about that just the other day, how you can make a move in a position like you are right now and show everybody in that clubhouse that, yes, we're very serious and we think we can win this thing. And that's exactly what they did by picking up Peavy. So, and there's still more moves that can be made. And just they have to go through waivers, but they can be waiver deals, as we've seen many times in the past.
Last year was quite a large waiver wheel.
Yes,
deal.
Very large.
So, Josh Beckett, Adrian Gonzalez, Carl Crawford, Nick Punto heading west. 2-2 is on the ground foul. Center fielder Dustin Ackley over towards right center with Victorino up. And Victorino pops it up foul, back and out of play. Shane singled in the first inning. On the ground right side, Nick Franklin throws out Shane Victorino for the first out of the bottom of the third inning. Ever find yourself guessing what you think is going to happen during every at bat? Well, there's an app for that. MLB Preplay is the official prediction game of Major League Baseball. It's free to download on iOS and Android. Download now at NESN.com/preplay and play along during every Red Sox game. 1 out here in the third inning, with Dustin Pedroia coming up. Iwakuma was an all-star representing the Mariners. She went along with Felix Hernandez. He did not pitch. She had started on the last Sunday of the first half and selected as an all-star.
Two pitches very close, both that go in Dustin Pedroia's favor. A couple of fastballs, lower part of the plate, outside corner.
That grabs the outside corner for strike one. Had a streak earlier this year of going 31 2/3 innings without allowing an earned run. Ground ball foul, and it's 2-2. We'll be keeping an eye on the Rays game tonight as well. They're in the third inning at the Trop. Arizona's out to a 2-0 advantage over the Rays. Rays have half-game lead over the Red Sox. This is chopped to second base. Nick Franklin again. 2 outs in the inning. Send it down to Jenny Dell.
Well, Don, all Red Sox players very excited about the addition of Jake Peavy, but they did take some time to talk about Jose Iglesias, especially David Ortiz, who looked at Iglesias like a little brother. They shared the locker in the clubhouse right next to each other, and Ortiz said as Iglesias was walking out, he told him, "Good luck, man. I understand how hard it is out there, but keep grinding. You're a talented player, and I wish you the best."
Well, David Ortiz standing in here with 2 outs. It's tough to see teammates go and new ones arrive here as part of the trade deadline. And a swing and a miss for strike 1.
Yeah, tough for a guy like Iglesias too, who came up with the organization and of course was a big part of this ball club this season. Now going to something completely new for him in Detroit.
Still a good situation for him though, going to Detroit, and the Tigers, who are very much in the mix and on top of the AL Central. They're in a situation also where they feel like they can win it. And some pending suspensions across Major League Baseball sort of necessitated the Tigers to need a shortstop perhaps here in the coming days. There's a 1-1 to David Ortiz. And a swing and a miss, and the backswing gets a piece of Quintero, and Quintero is going to try to walk it off here. Not sure where he got him. The side maybe of the neck.
Now that happens quite a bit with David. He's got that big backswing that catches a lot of catchers off the glove or off the helmet. That time it looked like off the chest protector.
Swing and a miss, and Ortiz strikes out. First strikeout for Iwakuma through 3, no score. Back at Fenway Park as we venture into the 4th inning without a score. Top of the Mariners order Brad Miller to lead it off here. He'd fly it to left field back in the 1st inning. Franklin and Seager to bat here in the 4th. Lackey's been economical. 30 pitches so far, dealing with the first batter of the 4th inning. And that is in there for a strike, 1-1. 15 wins in his career against the Seattle Mariners. Of course, the bulk of that coming when he was a member of the Angels in the American League West. He's 2-1 against the Mariners here at Fenway with a 2.14 earned run average. To left field and a base hit in front of Mike Karp out there in left. Lead runner on for the Mariners for the second time in 4 innings. NESN's coverage of Red Sox baseball is brought to you in part by Eastern Bank. You always put others first. Would it be nice if your bank did the same thing with products that make life easier and a commitment to helping those in need? Here, your first Eastern Bank. Sun setting on another day here in Boston. As the Red Sox and Mariners play the middle game of this 3-game series. Swing and a miss, and a bluff from Saltalamacchia has Miller diving back to the bag at first. Nick Franklin struck out in the first inning, the only K so far for Lackey. He jumps ahead 0-2.
Breaking ball that time, a curveball from John Lackey. A lot of his pitches, most of his pitches have been fastballs in the early going. This time drops the curveball on Franklin.
Lackey has been throwing strikes. He's walked just over 1 batter per 9 innings. 24 walks in 113 innings pitched coming into tonight's outing. It is the 6th lowest rate in the American League. And has surrendered 1 walk or less in 13 of his 18 outings on the season. This marks the 19th start of the year for Lackey. Ball 1-1-2. So far tonight, throwing 78% strikes. 29 strikes of 37 pitches for John Lackey. Two and two. Lackey wanted it. Kyle Seager waiting on deck. Lead runner on here for the Mariners in the 4th inning. Miller with a good size lead at first base. He takes off. A swing and a miss for strike 3. The throw is going to be not in time. A stolen base for Brad Miller. And diving that time was Drew to get that baseball. Was thrown to the first base side as second. He tried to slap the tag on the way by, but Miller steals second base.
And that's really the only option you have as a infielder covering the bag, because the ball's going to start to sail back into the runner. So you have to cross over, try to get him, before he gets to the bag. And that time they could not get him. They got the foot, the hands on the bag. So the strikeout and the stolen base. Only the 3rd steal on the season for Miller.
Nick Franklin striking out for the 2nd time in the game. Here's Kyle Seager with a runner in scoring position. And as he takes strike 1. Seager bounced out to Pedroia at second base in the 1st inning. Strike 2. Well, for every Red Sox game that goes into extra innings or the Sox get a save, CVS Pharmacy make a donation to Boston Children's Hospital towards their $25,000 donation this season. And big crowds have been here in this homestand for the Red Sox. And tonight no different as the Red Sox and Seattle have one game left in the series tomorrow night. Then the Arizona Diamondbacks will be here over the weekend. This is by the dive of Holt at third base and into the left field corner. Around from second comes Miller. To second goes Seager. And the Mariners jump on top 1-0. Seager has hit the ball hard in this series. Has an RBI double. Seattle strikes first.
And that's something you really don't expect him to do. You know, the Red Sox have the shift on him, expecting him to pull the ball. And this time he slaps it hard by Brock Holt, the third baseman. Runs all the way down to the 310. He gets to second base in scoring position. The Mariners jump out 1-0.
Walking lead at second base for Seager. Kendrys Morales grounds one with a shift on. It's Drew on the right side of the infield. It throws out Morales. Seager takes third with now 2 away. What a fine establishment that is.
Thank you, Don.
I didn't know you had covers on there. That's new, isn't it? On top there on the roof?
It's been there for the last couple of years.
Years?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I thought it was uncovered for some reason.
Just because you never show up, you don't have any idea what's going on. So
that's not true. I've eaten there. Not up there. Not up top there.
No, you've eaten there with me.
Right.
Comped.
This is popped up down the first base line as it's going to be Napoli who gets there to make the catch. The Mariners strike first to take a 1-0 lead. In part by Eastern Bank. You put your family first, job first, even your team first. Isn't it time someone put you first? Eastern Bank does just that with products like Eastern Free Checking. Here, you're first. Eastern Bank. And pretty sky from high atop as the Seattle Mariners have a 1-0 advantage heading into the bottom of the 4th inning. Red Sox with a great opportunity in the first inning, and the bases loaded with nobody out. could not score. The Mariners get a run in the top half of this inning. Iwakuma's kind of settled in. So he's retired the last 5 Red Sox in a row. Napoli, Saltalamacchia, and Carp will bat here in the 4th inning. Napoli reached on base on balls in the 1st inning. Breaking ball in the air to shallow center. Dustin Ackley makes the catch for the first out at the bottom of the 4th inning. We head back to the West Coast again in 2 weeks, and 2 lucky winners will have a chance to join us in either San Francisco or Los Angeles for that trip in the Nesson West Coast Road Trip Sweepstakes. Both trips include round-trip airfare from Boston and accommodations for 2 nights. Winners will also have a chance to meet us at the ballpark. So go to Nesson.com/roadtrip for your chance to win.
I'd love to send some hot dogs out there. Do we have a runner? That's the question. We do not have a runner tonight.
One down here in the 4th inning. Jared Saltalamacchia lines it into right field. Saunders over to play it. Red Sox collecting their 5th hit of the night, the first for Saltalamacchia.
Now Saltalamacchia hit the ball hard back in the 1st inning, a line drive, but right at the first baseman. That time he gets the slider and hits a topspin line drive into right field for the base hit.
One out, one on. Mike Carp, the batter. Flied out to center field in the 2nd inning. Carp, the former Seattle Mariner, facing his old team here. His account is 1-1. Over the inside corner for strike 2 is Carp looking back at Gary Darling. Darling, the crew chief of this 4-man crew. Swing and a miss, and Carp strikes out. It's the 2nd K for Iwakuma. Hits him on the fastball, 2 down.
Got David Ortiz on a changeup back in the 3rd inning. This time he elevates the fastball, goes up above the belt, just under the letters for the strikeout.
Well, the overhead views tonight provided by the Hood Blimp. This summer, try new Hood Harvey bars. Each bar is made with creamy Hood ice cream and is covered in rich chocolate coating. Learn more at hood.com. 2 down here in the 4th inning. Saltalamacchia at first base. Here's Stephen Drew. They take strike 1. Drew singled in the 2nd inning. One of the 5 Red Sox hits off Iwakuma. Fly ball to center field, sending Ackley back. It'll take him to the track, but he's there to make the catch that ends the inning. We played 4 from Fenway, 1-0 Mariners. The top half of the 5th inning back at Fenway. Thank you for all you do.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. John, thank you, Bert. 0 from.
44 pitches deep is John Lackey. As this one fouled off to the right by Michael Morse, who leads it off here for the M. Fly to right, his first time up. Morse, Saunders, and Ackley to face Lackey here in the 5th inning. Swing and a miss, and it's 1-2.
Very good slider there by John Lackey. Starts it low. It starts as a strike and ends up out of the strike zone. Michael Morse chasing it.
Morse fouls it off the end of the bat. Still 1-2. Lackey losing his last 2 outings at home against New York and then at Baltimore last time out. In each, he went 6 1/3 innings. Gave up 4 runs against New York, 5 runs last time out against Baltimore. Swing and a miss, and he strikes out Michael Morse. Back to the slider again for Lackey, his 3rd strikeout of the night.
A couple of sliders in that at bat that Morse did not look very good on. The last whiff was brought to you by Head and Shoulders, as Lackey just off the outside edge with that one.
One out here in the 5th inning for Michael Saunders. Grounded out to the shortstop Stephen Drew in the 3rd inning. 0 for 1. And Saunders asked for time late as Lackey was ready to deal, so now Lackey's going to take his time. 50th pitch, and it's in there for strike 1. Popped up left side of the infield. Stephen Drew now drifts to the outfield and handles out number 2 of the inning. With more than 23 Grammy Awards and 67 million albums sold, music icons Jay-Z and Justin Timberlake will bring their Legends of the Summer Stadium tour to Fenway Park on August 10th and 11th. Limited number of additional premium seats have just been added for these 2 great shows. Tickets for these are on sale now at the Orpheum Theater box office, livenation.com, or by calling 800-514-3849. Ackley batting with 2 outs here in the 5th inning. Fouls it off down the left field line, out of play. Foul back, 1-2. And Dustin Ackley, who got a lot of time at second base last year, this year playing in the outfield and in center field. Red Sox have seen him this year against Seattle. And his first career start of the outfield on June 28th. And a swing and a miss. Lackey strikes him out. 4 Ks for John Lackey. 1-0 M's. Jim Rice to break down the game, and Jenny will bring you clubhouse reaction. It all comes your way from right here at Fenway Park. WB Mason, extra innings live. You can't go wrong when you buy right. WB Mason. They are prepping the stage out there, getting ready. First game here at Fenway Park.
And he's enjoying it.
Iwakuma back on the mound. There's Brock Holt, leads it off here in the bottom of the 5th inning. Holt flying out to the warning track in left field, his first time up. Arizona has widened their lead against Tampa Bay, on top now 4-0 in the 3rd inning in St. Pete tonight. Jeremy Hellickson was expected to start tonight for the Rays in that game. One is lined down the right field line. It's a fair ball. Michael Saunders over to play it off the wall. Heading for 2 is Brock Holt. And he starts the bottom of the 5th inning with a double.
Nice piece of hitting there by Brock Holt. He cleans out an inside fastball for Iwakuma. And able to pull that ball, keep it fair, and right down that right field line around the boards. So the Red Sox need to get something going here. They got a great opportunity back in the 1st. An opportunity here with a man in scoring position and nobody out.
Holt at second base to get it started here in the 5th. Jacoby Ellsbury has a hit tonight. He singled to center field in the 1st inning. Grounded out to 3rd in the 2nd. To right center field. Ackley on the run is going to get there. No, he gets there but drops the ball. He'll fire into second base. Ackley got to that area but has it glance off the glove and can't catch it.
Yeah, it looked like the ball that could have been handled by Ackley out there in center field. He did get some leather on it, but it just drops right out. He had the ground covered, just didn't make the catch. That'll be interesting scoring on that one. I would think it'd probably be an error on the center fielder, but we'll see.
It is an E8. So Ellsbury at first base. Holt is at 3rd. Nobody out for the Red Sox in the 5th inning. Here's Shane Victorino, 1 for 2. He singled to left field back in the 1st inning. Helped set the table for the Red Sox at the time. They had the bases loaded, nobody out, but could not score. That is the first miscue of the season out there for Dustin Ackley. Red Sox have left 5 men on base through the first 4 innings. '70th pitch of the night for Iwakuma. And that's inside. Got away briefly from Quintero, but he grabs it quickly. 1-1.
It looked like Quintero wanted to throw that ball to first base on a pickoff attempt against Ellsbury. See him take a peek down there, and then the transfer just dropped the baseball.
Red Sox 1 for 3 with runners in scoring position in the game. Victorino pops it up foul. That'll get back into the seats. 3 hits in last night's game for Shane, going 3 for 4 in the first game of the series.
Looks like a throw to first base this time against Ellsbury.
Just as he was gaining his lead, pops back to the bag without a problem.
And Jacoby's tough to pick off because he tries to time his lead while the pitcher is in his stretch already. It's almost like trying to get a walking lead. He doesn't really get out there like a lot of the base stealers do. See him time it right here.
How many times did it take a guy to throw over before you'd say, okay, I'm tired of diving back, I'm not going anywhere, because now I'm too tired?
Well, the key was to make you dive back into first base. Take a little spring out of your legs, you know.
I'm exhausted. I've dove back 3 times now.
Please
I'm not running.
Throw the ball home. I'm not going.
I'm not going. I'm too tired at this point to go.
I have now got the red light.
Holtz at third, Ellsbury at first base. Nobody out here in the bottom of the 5th. Mariners have a 1-0 lead. Outside for ball 2. Iwakuma coming into tonight's outing with a 10-4 record, a 2.87 earned run average, and has not given up a run despite having a jam in the first inning. Bases loaded, nobody out. He got out of it. Took him 24 pitches to get out of it, but he did unscathed. There goes Ellsbury as Victorino lines one off the glove of Franklin at second, as I think he got screened. Coming in from third to score is Brock Holt. Red Sox tie the game. Not sure if Franklin in that situation got screened or not. Looked like he did.
Is he saying that the ball hit Ellsbury, brushed against Ellsbury? He may be trying to convince Jerry Meals of that. I don't think it did. We'll take another look. There's contact. Does it get Ellsbury? It looks like it goes behind him. It certainly had something to do with the vision of Franklin at second base, as he completely lost the baseball.
Robbie Thompson arguing that it hit him or grazed him.
The Red Sox catch a break there, because if that ball's caught by Franklin, it's a double play. Ellsbury doing everything possible to get out of the way of that line drive and then secure second base. I don't think it hit him, Don, but it clearly impaired the vision of the second baseman. And he grabs an error on that. That's a tough error to get when he can't see the baseball.
So that is the second miscue of the inning. 8th of the season for Nick Franklin. And the Red Sox have tied the game. Now first and third, there's still nobody out. And Pedroia grounds one left side. Third baseman Seager to second for one. That's all they'll get. And the Red Sox take a 2-1 lead.
Infield back, playing for a double play here at this stage of the ball game. Going to his left and a long way to left is Seager. They had no chance to get a double play, and Ellsbury eventually scores to give the Red Sox the lead in the ball game. Oh, strange inning. The leadoff double, E8, E4, and the force play at second base.
The Red Sox have taken a 2-1 lead. Pedroia at first with one out, and Here's David Ortiz, 0 for 2 so far tonight. He takes strike one. David bounced into a 1-2-3 double play in the first inning and struck out swinging in the third inning.
And both times he's made outs tonight have been on the split-fingered fastball.
Two and one. Iwakuma giving up a couple of runs here, no fault of his own so far here in the fifth. And he's relinquished the lead. Red Sox with two so far in the bottom of the fifth inning. Pedroia at first base. Ortiz ahead 2-1. Swing and a miss. Big cut from Big Papi.
There's that splitter again that has given David a problem tonight. Ball dipping down and out of the strike zone.
Swing and a miss, and Ortiz strikes out.
Well, when something's working for you against a certain hitter, you just stay with it, and that's exactly what Iwakuma is doing against Ortiz, staying with that split finger fastball, and he's got him for an 0 for 3 night. You can see almost a similar pitch, the bottom falling out of it.
For whatever reason, David not able to pick that up.
Yeah, very difficult pitch. It looks like a strike coming out of the hand, and all of a sudden it's down around the ankles.
2 outs in the inning. Pedroia at first base, and here's Mike Napoli. Walked in the first inning, flied out to center in the fourth inning. Napoli 1 for his last 9 as he bats here with 2 outs in the fifth inning. That's a strike, and it's 2-1. A 20-pitch inning for Iwakuma.
Slider that time that picks up the inside corner against Napoli.
Well, Iwakuma, the 20 pitchers in the most since the first inning when he threw 24. Swing and a miss, and it's 2-2. Went back to the fastball away that time. Quintero out to talk to Iwakuma. Let's revisit our poll tonight for the most memorable trade deadline move for the Red Sox. And Manny Ramirez for Jason Bay at 47% right now. Am I reading that correctly? No, I'm not.
Garcia Parra to the Cubs.
Yes.
47%. followed by Veritek and Lowe. That was a pretty good trick for the Red Sox.
Yes. Two. Is a swing and a miss, and Napoli strikes out. Back-to-back Ks for Iwakuma, but the Red Sox get a pair of runs. Two to one. Red Sox now have the lead over the Seattle Mariners into the sixth inning. Humberto Quintero to lead it off against John Lackey. And a swing and a miss for Lackey, who's now thrown 56 pitches, 45 of them for strikes, 80% strikes so far tonight for John Lackey, as he deals with the first batter of the sixth inning. There's 4 strikeouts in the game. This is grounded back up the middle and into center field. Leadoff single for Quintero. Let's send it to Jenny Dell.
Well, Don, we have a great fan story here today. I'm here with Adam and Ryan, and they are on a special journey here. So tell us about what you're doing right now.
Well, we're going to go on a tour of all the East Coast stadiums, and we're going to check them out and document and try to put out to the world how we did it, what we spent, you know.
And how long have you been planning this trip?
Well, we've been planning it for about 2 years now. It's really tough to catch all the teams at home, like within like a week's time. So we have a couple long nights, a couple long drives, but we're really looking forward to it.
And some of the places you're going to?
We're going to Pittsburgh, Washington, Philadelphia, New York, and Baltimore.
All right, and I know they're going to be rocking their Red Sox gear. Why is that?
Red Sox Nation.
Everywhere you go.
Red Sox pride, absolutely.
Absolutely.
And where are you looking forward to going to the most?
Pittsburgh.
Yeah, absolutely. Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
Really looking forward to that.
Well, Jerry, we have some Fall River guys here, and they really enjoy Jerry Remy's of Fall River. And Jerry wanted to give you guys some hot dogs for being our fan of the game. So fans at home, if you have a unique reason of why you're coming to Fenway Park, go to NESN.com/stories. Let us know why, and I may interview you in a future home game.
That's a neat trip. Pittsburgh and Washington, both good ballparks, so we get that too.
And some fellas from Fall River represented and making some road trips.
Ball and a strike here to Brad Miller with Quintero at first base, and the pitch up and away for ball 2. Lackey falling behind 3-1. He's not been in this spot much tonight. Ground ball down the first baseline, foul. And it is full now, 3-2. Base hit by Humberto Quintero to begin the inning. Makes up a string of 5 in a row retired by John Lackey. Now 3-2 pitch to Miller. And that is ball 4. First walk of the night given up by Lackey. And the first 2 Mariners have reached here in the 6th inning. Well, tonight's Cold Hard Facts are brought to you by Coors Light. We look at the Tampa Bay Rays. Tampa has had an incredible July, going 21-4 this month to climb to the top of the American League East. Dating back to 1960, and the only team to have a better win percentage in a full July are the 1941 Yankees, whose win percentage was .862 for the month after going 25-4.
Let's see how the Mariners play this. So they sacrifice 2 men in the scoring position.
Franklin has struck out twice tonight, once in the first, once in the fourth, both times swinging. Quintero at second, Miller at first. He's squaring again, and not a good bunt bid there as he fouls it back.
Kind of the rule of thumb is to get your bat at the top of the strike zone, and anything above that you just let go because it's not going to be a strike. There you can see he goes upstairs to try to bunt it, and most of the time the result is going to be a pop-up.
He'll keep it on, and he fouls it off again.
Same thing, kind of jabbed at this ball on a ball that was away that time. Maybe not even a strike from Lackey.
That is strike 3. Franklin didn't think so. Takes with him the 5th strikeout of the night for John Lackey, and the 3rd time Franklin's been down by way of the K.
Yeah, I just think he's really frustrated with himself and not getting the job done with the bunt, and then that curveball. That's a good pitch by Lackey. Amica Insurance is the proud sponsor of the Amica Pit Zone.
1 out, first and second, as Kyle Seager continues to hit the ball hard. He doubled his last time up to drive in the game's first run, and at the time put Seattle on top 1-0. Fouled back for strike 1. Ace Ticket brings you the pitching line for John Lackey tonight. 5 1/3, 5 hits, 1 run. That run coming in the 4th inning. He's walked a batter that came in this inning. And 5 strikeouts for Lackey, who has just got Nick Franklin for the 3rd time tonight. And he is ahead of Kyle Seager, 0-1. Seager hitting at .389 in the month of July. Swings at the 1-1 and grounds it foul. He called out Saltalamacchia. Attention Red Sox Nation, you can help support the Jimmy Fund's fight against cancer at your local Dunkin' Donuts. Stop into participating Dunkin' restaurants between now and August the 4th. Donate $1 and you'll receive a cup cutout to display your name and store. The Dunkin' Donuts and Baskin Robbins Community Foundation and the Jimmy Fund, thank you for your support. One out, runners at first and second. Kyle Seager, the batter, with a count of 1-2. He fouls another one back. Quintero at second base, Miller at first base with one out here in the top of the 6th inning. 16 pitches in the inning, the most that Lackey's had to throw in any inning, and this is into right field for a base hit. Quintero stopped at third as Victorino gets it back in quickly, and the Mariners, with one out, now have the bases loaded.
Well, Seager has been a tough out, a double, a drive, and a run back in the 4th inning. This time it looks like a changeup he got from Lackey and puts it just to the left of a diving Dustin Pedroia. Fortunately, Quintero does not run very well, and he has to hold up at third base.
So bases loaded, one out, and Kendrys Morales, the batter, singled to second in the second and grounded out to short in the 4th inning. John Lackey will try to get him to roll over on something here and ground into a double play. Morales with a swing and a miss for strike one.
Going to that curveball on the first pitch, trying to induce that ground ball. Curveball that ends up out of the strike zone to Morales.
Red Sox have a 1-run lead with the Mariners batting here in the top of the 6th inning and threatening with the bases loaded and one out. Morales hits a fly ball to left field. Carp is under it. Getting ready is Quintero at third. Carp makes the catch. Here comes the throw. Quintero does not run well, but he will get in. Ties the game 2-2. Fly ball that was deep enough to Carp, and the Mariners tie it up. Sac fly in the 60th RBI of the year for Morales.
Yeah, Carp did everything he possibly could to get himself in good throwing position, but the fact is it was just a little bit too deep. Throw comes in on one hop, but the slide to the outside part of the plate by Quintero, and Seattle has tied the ball game.
So 2 on and 2 down. Here's Raul Ibanez 0 for 2. He grounded into a 5-6-3 double play in the 2nd inning with a shift on and then fouled out in the 4th inning. On the inside corner, 1-1.
Not many changeups thrown by Lackey tonight, but that was one right there. The other one he threw in this inning was a base hit to Seager. Here's the change from Lackey inside corner.
This is lined into right field. A base hit for Ibanez. Brad Miller will be sent around. Throw from Victorino is not going to be in time. And the Mariners take a 3-2 lead. So Raul Ibanez drives in the go-ahead run for the Mariners. Taking third is Seager, and Seattle has a 3-2 lead.
Once again, Lackey tries the changeup, but it stays up in the zone, and Ibanez with the base hit. Hooks that ball again past the dive of Pedroia. The try at home plate from Victorino, but certainly not in time.
And Juan Nieves out there to talk to Lackey here. 2 runs in so far for Seattle. MLB.TV celebrates 11 years with new low yearly prices. Watch out-of-market games live on over 350 supported mobile and connected devices in HD quality with MLB.TV Premium. Visit MLB.TV today. MLB.TV, baseball everywhere. That's ball 1 to Michael Morse. Morse has flied to right and struck out swinging. In there for a strike, and it evens at 1-1 to Morse. Lackey gave up a run in the 4th, and so far 2 here in the 6th inning, and by far his longest inning from a pitch thrown perspective. There's a fly ball out to center field. Jacoby Ellsbury is out there. He'll make the catch. It ends the inning, but Seattle with 2 runs. They take a 3-2 lead. As Hess and Hess Express are proud sponsors of the Red Sox, and during the season they'll donate $500 to the pediatric trauma program at Boston's Children's Hospital for every home run hit by the Sox. To date, $56,000 has been donated. Hess and Hess Express committed to helping the cause. 3-2 now, Seattle on top of Boston. As the Red Sox trail by a run, Iwakuma has a lead. And Jared Saltalamacchia takes a pitch up and away for ball 1. Salty lined out to first in the first, singled in the 4th inning. Saltalamacchia, Carp, and Drew in the 6th inning. Red Sox getting their 2 runs last inning in the 5th. That's a strike. 2-1. Iwakuma went 6 innings in his last outing, giving up no runs. That was against Minnesota, as he got his 10th win of the year. He has won 3 straight decisions. He's fouled off to the left, and it's 2-2. Winning against LA, last time out at Houston, and then Minnesota. He's had 10 games of his first 22 starts in which he's not walked a batter. Tonight he has walked only 1 as he works here in the 6th inning. His 90th pitch is in the dirt, and it is a full count now to Saltalamacchia. Fourth full count of the night for Iwakuma. The 3 came in the 1st inning. The payoff pitch. And Saltalamacchia grounds it back up the middle into center. Iwakuma ended up having the best chance of grabbing that ball, but it got by him and into center field. And Saltalamacchia has his 2nd hit of the night. It's time now for a Toyota game break. Here's Tom Caron. All right, Tom, thanks very much. Here at Fenway, Red Sox now trailing the Mariners by a run, 3-2. The lead runner on for Boston in the bottom of the 6th inning. A base hit for Saltalamacchia. And here is Mike Carp. He will lift one in the air to right field. Saunders quickly over. Makes the catch for the first out of the inning. So Carp flies out. Your Eastern Mass Lexus dealers bring you the pitching line for the Mariners. Hisashi Iwakuma, 5 1/3, 7 hits, 2 runs. Neither was earned, as there were 2 errors committed by the Mariners in that 5th inning. He's walked to batter, struck out 4, and thrown 92 pitches.
Well, it was certainly a much better performance tonight as Oliver Perez starts to loosen up than what we saw last time in Seattle. Looks like a totally different pitcher tonight.
Well, the numbers were very good coming in. 10-4 with a 2.87 earned run average. Here is Stephen Drew with 1 out. And he'll take ball 1. Drew singled in the 2nd inning and then flied out to the warning track in the 4th inning. Ball 3, 3-0.
Now Drew's got the kind of pop in his bat where you could give him the green light, 3 balls and no strikes. I don't know if they will, but it's a possibility.
This one is ball 4 and it gets away. And Saltalamacchia takes second base on the walk, and he'll round second. Now a throw to second, and he gets back to the bag. This is the second walk given by Iwakuma in the first since the 1st inning. Well, Safeco Insurance listeners, take a look at the road ahead for the Red Sox and the scheduled starters for tomorrow night's finale of this series. Ryan Dempster will look for his 7th win of the year as he takes on the King, Felix Hernandez. Hernandez 11-4 this season with a 2.34 earned run average. Hernandez is also among AL pitching leaders in both strikeouts and fewest walks allowed per 9 innings this season. Felix Hernandez will be on the hill tomorrow night for Seattle. Sometimes the Red Sox may be able to avoid him in the season series, but
never seems to happen, right?
No, they faced him in Seattle, and they're out there, and he'll be on the mound tomorrow night. Two on, one away. Red Sox trail by a run. Brock Holt with his 3rd at bat of the night. He's flied out to left and doubled. Scored the Red Sox first run of the night in the 5th. There is strike one. On the ground towards first base, it is a foul ball. Morris picked it up in case, but ruled foul. Home plate umpire makes the call prior to the base. And Gary Darling on the call that time. Red Sox saw Iwakuma and were able to rough him up in that start in Seattle. He was going through a tough stretch. He was 0-3 with a 6.83 earned run average in that time, but now in his last 5 games started, he is 3-0 with a 2.25. He has figured it out. Ahead of Holt, 0-2. Foul back and out of play.
Trying to get the ball inside, and Holt able to foul it back off.
Now Quintero out to talk to Iwakuma. Covidien, delivering innovative healthcare products across the globe, is a proud sponsor of the Red Sox Foundation. Saltalamacchia at second base, Drew at first base, 1 out here in the 6th inning. Brock Holt down on the count, 0-2. Fouled back, still 0-2.
Good job there by Holt, fouling off a fastball inside, then a splitter down the zone. There's that split-fingered fastball, just getting on top of it and fouling it off.
Fifth time Iwakuma has been over 100 pitches this season. Wait for Holt to go the other way. Center fielder Dustin Ackley into left center. Lots of grass out there in right center. And a ground ball to first base. Morris with a bobble. He will get 1 out of it, and a chance to get 2 as sharply as it was hit, but not able to field it cleanly. And to second and third go Drew and Saltalamacchia with 2 down.
Yeah, certainly a chance to get the one out at second base for Morse. If he fields it cleanly, that keeps a potential go-ahead run off second base. Now, once he bobbles it, his only option was to hustle to get the first base to get the out. That's going to be the night for Iwakuma.
So 2 outs here in the 6th inning. The pitching change from Fenway right now. The Mariners have a 3-2 lead. Supply delivery, WB Mason same-day service can't be thrown out. Call by 11:30 and your order is delivered that same afternoon. WB Mason, the league leader in same-day delivery. That's a night for Iwakuma, who departs here with 2 outs in the 6th inning. Oliver Perez into the game, his 42nd appearance, 2-2 with a 2.35 earned run average, 52 strikeouts, 17 walks, and a 225 opponent batting average. As runners are at second and third, and Ellsbury on a check swing foul is down to the count 0-1.
We saw Perez a couple of times out in that series in Seattle earlier.
He pitched in 3 of the 4 games in that series. 2 earned runs in 3 2/3 innings for Oliver Perez. One. Ellsbury will take a ball. Close pitch. 1-1 the count. More action for the Mariners in their pen. Yorvis Medina warming. We saw Medina in Seattle. Ellsbury takes the strike, does that Louis Tion thing on occasion, and just did it.
Yeah, not on every single pitch, but every now and then he'll turn that back to the hitter just like that. Looks like Ellsbury was going to step out of the box when he did that, thinking he was going to make a pickoff attempt at second base.
Big spot here for Ellsbury with 2 down in the inning. A 1-2 pitch. And he strikes out. Pitch down and away. Goes lunging to Ellsbury. 3-2 Mariners at the end of 6. Mariners are brought to you by Hood, the official dairy of the Boston Red Sox. Follow the Hood Blimp on Facebook and Twitter at Hood Blimp. We play into the 7th inning, 3-2 Seattle on top. Michael Saunders 0 for 2 in the game. He is grounded out to short and popped out to shortstop. Saunders will tap it foul, 1-1. Long inning for Lackey in the 6th inning. Faced 7 Mariners. 2 of them scored to put Seattle on top. It's 83 pitches now for John Lackey, working to the first batter here in the 7th inning. And the breaking ball outside for ball 2. The Red Sox offensively have now left 8 men on base through the first 6 innings. And 2nd and 3rd with 2 outs, but could not score. Ellsbury striking out to end last inning. Dustin Ackley waiting on deck. Then we'll see Humberto Quintero here in the 7th. Ground ball down the first baseline, foul. Swing and a miss, and Saunders strikes out. That's the 6th strikeout of the night for John Lackey.
Now Lackey goes to the slider down and in to pick up the strikeout. First out here in the 7th inning. Starts on the plate, finishes off the plate. Amica Insurance is the proud sponsor of the Amica Pitch Zone.
One out in the 7th for Dustin Ackley. And he'll take strike 1 from John Lackey. Lackey has now equaled his last 2 outings, going 6 1/3 each of the last 2. New York and at Baltimore. Now here tonight. Ackley singling in the 3rd inning, striking out in the 5th, but making an error in center field defensively. He'll send one to center field now, and Jacoby Ellsbury stops in his tracks and makes the catch for the 2nd out of the inning. Send it down to Jenny.
Well, Don, many of these Red Sox players quite familiar with Jake Peavy. Matt Thornton, who was his teammate before being dealt to the Red Sox earlier this month, said he is a natural-born leader. David Ross was actually his teammate back in 2005 with the Padres and said a true competitor. He knows how to play the game well, and he sticks to his approach all the time. And I think Mike Napoli said it best. We were fine with what we had, but the front office just made us better.
That's one of the things you got to worry about, especially with a unit that has been so close together this year, and this clubhouse has been terrific this season. And you worry about adding a piece that may not work out or may somehow change the chemistry of this team.
Yeah, but you hear nothing about good things about Jake Peavy.
It appears they got the right guy who has all those qualities a lot of these team players have right now. Rockhold knocks it down. It's going to be a fair ball and a base hit probably for Quintero. Seemed to go into foul ground to knock that down. It was right down the line.
Yeah, right across the bag and right down the line, and Holt had it popped right out of the glove. It's going to be a long throw to first base if he is able to make the play, but with Quintero running, he might have been able to get him. Looks like it goes right off the heel of the glove.
So Quintero picks up his 2nd hit of the game. He's 2 for 3. Now the number 9 spot for the Mariners. Brad Miller has been on twice, a single and a walk. He scored 2 runs. As he takes ball 1. Nieves on the phone to the pen, some stirring, and somebody's going to start warming. Nobody has to this point. And it'll be Matt Thornton who will be first up. To center field. Ellsbury coming in. He'll make the catch. It ends the top of the 7th. It's 7th inning stretch. Mariners on top 3-2. It's everything we need to know. It's NESN Sports Today, presented by People's United Bank. Immediately following our Sox coverage from right here at Fenway Park. 3-2. Mariners on top of the Red Sox. Bottom of the 7th inning. 2, 3, and 4 for the Red Sox. Shane Victorino, Dustin Pedroia, and David Ortiz. Oliver Perez back on the mound for the M's. Able to strike out Jacoby Ellsbury and end the 6th inning. Victorino singling in the 1st inning, grounded out in the 3rd, and then reached on an error committed by Nick Franklin at second base in the 5th inning. Two and 0. Arizona still has that 4-0 lead over Tampa Bay in the 7th inning at the Trop in St. Pete. Swing and a miss, 2-1. Yorvis Medina still warming in the pen for Seattle. Fouled off to the right, out of play. Perez has not been as good lately. He's given up 11 hits and 7 runs in his last 10 games. But overall has not allowed a run in 34 of 41 appearances on the year. Torino fouling another one back. 2-2. Played for Team Mexico in the WBC this year. Appeared in 1 game in relief. Two pitch. Another foul.
Got a little style on the mound, doesn't he?
Mm-hmm.
Throw that tee on you every once in a while. And trying to do everything he possibly can to deceive the hitters.
Former starter with the New York Mets at one point. He's pitched with the Pirates, the Mets, and this is his second season with Seattle. 2-2 is lined into center field, and that'll be a base hit. Well, Shane Victorino with a good at bat right there. Fouled off a bunch of pitches. He had 3 hits last night. This is his second hit of the night.
The multiple hit game for Shane Victorino, also on base tonight with an error back in the 5th inning. Gets the fastball from Perez and takes it right back up the middle on a line into center field. So the Red Sox trying to get something going here in the 7th.
Lead runner on for Dustin Pedroia, 1 for 3. Picked up an RBI in his ground out in the 5th inning. Singled back in the 1st. Check on first, and Victorino back to the bag. Two and 0. That's a strike. 2-1. To the fastball that time for Perez. Did he go? No, he did not, says first base umpire David Rackley, and it's 3-1.
Good. Tried the slider on the 2-1 count. A good job by Pedroia holding up a swing. No, not even close to a swing right there.
Strike 2, full count. Iwakuma, the starter tonight, goes 5 2/3, allowed 7 hits and 2 runs. He walked 2 and struck out 4. Much better outing for him tonight than when he faced the Red Sox in Seattle. Pitcher of record right now for the M's. Victorino at first. Here's a payoff pitch. And high fly ball to deep left field. La Luna. 2-run shot puts the Sox on top 4-3.
Don, we highlighted it tonight in View for the Booth how hot Pedroia can get, and it started. It started in the game last night and continues tonight. A base hit back in the 1st, and now a 3-2 fastball that he takes out of the ballpark for the home run. Number 8 on the season for Pedroia.
Now Ortiz pops it up. Seager, the third baseman, racing over towards the seats, but he won't have a play. Sox are now hit 113 home runs this season. With it, S&S Express donate another $500 to the pediatric trauma program at Boston's Children's Hospital. Brings his season total to $56,500. S&S Express committed to helping the cause. 3 of the 8 home runs that Pedroia has have begun against the Seattle Mariners. Cheese fouls it back. Count hangs at 0-2. So Iwakuma will not be part of the decision tonight. Red Sox have regained the lead here in the bottom of the 7th inning. O2 pitch to Ortiz. To left field. Ibanez going back. It's going to be off the scoreboard. Plays it barehanded and fires it back in quickly. Well played by Ibanez. David Ortiz with a single.
Well, after fouling off a couple of balls on that third base line, back to the line drive for Big Papi. And hard off that left field wall for the single. Fastball down and away. Beautiful hitting by Ortiz going to the opposite field. And that's going to be it for Perez.
So Napoli coming up. Yoervis Medina has been warming in the pen. He'll be coming in. It's 4-3. Red Sox now have the lead. Akuma will not be part of the decision for the Seattle Mariners. He leaves after 5 2/3. John Lackey is the pitcher record right now, thanks to Dustin Pedroia, who just hit his 8th home run of the year. 2 for 4 night for Dustin Pedroia. The Red Sox have retaken the lead here 4-3. Still batting in the bottom of the 7th inning with David Ortiz at first base. And Mike Napoli, the batter. He'll roll it over foul. Yoervis Medina into the game here for Seattle. His 39th appearance, 3-3 with a 2.93 earned run average. 39 strikeouts, 19 walks, and opponents hitting at 207 against Medina. Charlie Furbush up in the pen. Breaking ball in there for a strike. Snap throw to first, and Big Papi back to the bag. Quintero checking on him down there at first base. Medina made his major league debut back on the 16th of April. So he was recalled from AAA, started the season with Tacoma. So allowed 4 earned runs in 24 games. One-two to Mike Napoli. And a ground ball towards shortstop. Brad Miller will go to second for 1, on to first. That's 2. So the Mariners able to turn their second double play of the night.
Now, so Medina does his job by coming in and getting a couple of quick outs in an inning where the Red Sox had nobody out, 2 runs in already, and a man at first base. But the double play here, underhand flip to second base, and Franklin turns it over.
Two down in the 7th inning brings up Jared Saltalamacchia. He's had a 2-hit night already. Singles to right and to center field. So Perez ends up going a third of an inning, giving up 2 hits and 2 runs. He's now on the hook. He did strike out a batter. Fly ball down the left field line, falling fast and falling foul. Raul Bani uses somebody's glasses. He's kind enough to hand back. That young lady had the baseball on her hat, as it turns out. And she gets glasses back.
Well, she wasn't even aware that the glasses ended up on the field.
Framed by Quintero, but it is outside. 2-1 now to Saltalamacchia. Fly ball foul, 2-2. Junichi Tazawa warming up in the bullpen. 95 pitches for John Lackey through the first 7 innings of this game. Now has a lead. Outside for ball 3. Mike Carp on deck. There are 2 outs. Payoff pitch to Saltalamacchia. And a swing and a miss on a pitch in the dirt. He strikes out to end the inning. A 2-run home run for Dustin Pedroia has the Sox on top 4-3. Now, Dustin Pedroia has put the Red Sox on top 4-3 as we head for the 8th inning. Some changes for the Red Sox as taking over in left field is Daniel Nava for Mike Karp. This call to the bullpen is brought to you on NESN by New England Ford dealers. Shinichi Tozawa comes into the game after 7 innings from John Lackey, departs for the chance to get his 8th win of the year. It is appearance number 48 of the year for Tozawa. 4-3 with a 2.98 earned run average, 50 strikeouts to 8 walks, and opponents hitting at 270 against Tozawa.
A very nice outing again by John Lackey tonight.
7 innings, 8 hits, 3 runs. He walked a batter, struck out 6. And threw 95 pitches through 7 innings. Nick Franklin in here to begin things in the 8th. 0 for 3, struck out 3 times against Lackey. And will line this to first base, caught by Napoli. 1 pitch and 1 out for Tozawa.
And after striking out 3 times, you kind of figured that Franklin would be swinging at the first pitch. He did, hit it hard, but right at Mike Napoli at first base. Since again, Napoli in that catcher's crouch and the backhanded snag on the line drive.
One out here in the 8th inning for Kyle Seager. Grounded out in the 1st inning, doubled in the 4th inning, singled in the 6th inning. It's a high fly ball out to deep right center field. Ellsbury going back at the wall, and this game is tied. He has been so impressive in the season series between the Red Sox and the Mariners, and Seager, it's his 17th home run of the year, and this game tied 4-4 now.
And there was no doubt about this one. A high fastball from Tozawa. And generally you think of left-handed hitters as low ball hitters. That pitch at the top of the strike zone, and Seager continues to smash the ball against the Red Sox. 3 hits tonight, including that big home run.
This is his 7th home run allowed by Tozawa this season. Here's a liner into center field now by Kendrys Morales. Ellsbury gets it back in, but a 1-out single for Morales. His 2nd hit of the night.
This combination of Seager and Morales have been very tough on Red Sox pitching this season.
Tozawa gave up a run on 2 hits and a walk in an inning on Saturday night at Baltimore, Camden Yards. And he gives up a home run here that ties this game. I remind you to stay with us and after the game for WB Mason Extra Innings Live. TC and Hall of Famer Jim Rice break down the game, and Jenny will bring you clubhouse reaction. It all comes your way from right here at Fenway Park. WB Mason Extra Innings Live. Can't go wrong when you buy right. WB Mason. Raul Ibanez is the batter. And an RBI single his last time up, a 1 for 3 night out of his number 5 spot in the order. Ball on a strike. Matt Thornton had been up earlier. He is back up again. Fouled at the plate. Diamondbacks have added on to their lead now, have a 5-0 advantage over Tampa Bay in the 8th inning from St. Petersburg. Loss by the Rays tonight and a win by the Red Sox would propel the Red Sox back into first place. But a tie game now with the Mariners here in the 8th. There's a 1-2 to Ibanez. And he strikes out. Tazawa gets his first K. 2 down in the 8th.
Well, after getting his fastball knocked around a little bit, he goes to that split-fingered fastball, the majority of the pitches to Ibanez, and picks up the strikeout on the splitter.
Two outs in the inning. Morales at first base. Michael Morse the batter. He was fly to right, struck out swinging, and fly to center. Take strike one. More so for 7 so far in the series. Fresh off the DL last night, his first game back off the DL, the strained right quad. On the ground and picked by Napoli on the backhand. He will tag the bag at first and end the inning. But a home run by Kyle Seager has tied this game at 4. By Southwest Airlines, Subaru of New England, Sullivan Tire and Auto Centers, and by Nissan of New England. And some happy youngsters here tonight at Fenway Park as we head to the bottom of the 8th, hoping for a Red Sox win tonight and a tie game now. And leading it off here for the Sox in the inning is Daniel Nava, his first plate appearance of the night. He took over defensively for Carp last inning in left field. Nava hits a fly ball to left field. In comes Ibanez for the first out of the 8th. Send it down to Jenny.
Well, Don, surrounding all the excitement with the Major League Baseball trade deadline and the addition of Jake Peavy to the Red Sox, we wanted to remind fans at home of the AT&T text poll question. So keep those texts coming in. We want to ask you, what other recent deadline trades do you feel have been memorable for the Sox? Right now we got Nomar Garciaparra winning with 46%. Make sure you're keeping those texts coming on in, and we'll give you the results during NESN Sports Today later on following our Sox coverage.
There's a 5% margin for error there, so could be a very close race.
One down here in the 8th inning. Stephen Drew, the batter. A single. He is flied out to center and walked. Been aboard twice in the game. Red Sox pulled ahead with a 2-run home run by Pedroia in the bottom of the 7th. Kyle Seager tied it in the top of the 8th with his home run to right center. Drew takes ball 3. Those are up for the Red Sox. Koji Uehara. In there for a strike, 3-1. Medina, the third pitcher of the night, used by Seattle. As Brock Holt waits on deck. Full count now. Foul over by the Mariners dugout and into it. Swing and a miss. Drew strikes out, 2 down in the 8th. Second strikeout for Medina. He's been very good since coming into this game.
Now Medina keeping that sinking fastball away from Drew. You can see the turnover fastball going down and away, and Drew becomes the strikeout victim.
The first batter he faced coming in again, Napoli, to ground into a 6-4-3 double play. Struck out Saltalamacchia. It's Nava to fly to left. Strikes out Drew. And here's Brock Holt with 2 outs and the base is empty. Holt will take ball 1. Fouls it off to even the count at 1-1. In there for strike 2. On the ground, Sauber towards Franklin at second base. He will throw out Holt, and we'll head for the 9th in a tie game. 4-4 from Fenway. Park. New pitcher for the Red Sox here as we head into the 9th inning. Koji Uehara into his 50th game of the year. 2-0. 1.52 earned run average. Coming in a tie game at home. And he takes over for Tazawa. Michael Saunders leading it off for Seattle, taking strike one. So Tazawa goes an inning, giving up 2 hits and a run. The home run by Kyle Seager. Didn't walk anybody, struck out a batter. Now Uehara fouled off. 0-2. Uehara retired the side in order in the 9th inning on Monday night against Tampa Bay with a strikeout. This is his 9th straight scoreless appearance. It's 10 innings. That is strike 3. Saunders knew it. Takes with him the first strikeout for Koji Uehara.
Uehara going to the fastball to pick up the strikeout here in the top of the 9th inning. Strikeout perfect location away from Saunders.
One down in the 9th for Dustin Ackley. Ackley singling in the 3rd, struck out in the 5th, flied out to center field in the 7th. Fly ball this time, hit out towards left center field. Ellsbury back on the track, will make the catch. Right in front of the wall.
Ellsbury slightly shading him in that direction, going back toward the wall, feels the warning track, knows he's getting close, but still had a couple of feet there when he makes the catch.
2 down for Humberto Quintero. He's had a 2-hit night. After bouncing into a double play in the 3rd, 2 singles. Bob's Discount Furniture is going to bat for the Jimmy Fund once again. Bob will donate $1,000 to the Jimmy Fund Radio Telethon. For every game saved this season for quality, choice, and value, nobody beats Bob. Visit mybobs.com to learn more. Unsafe situation here for Uehara. The 1 pitch is a swing and a miss. 0-2.
Good split-fingered fastball from Uehara there.
Quintero grounds one softly left side, has not run well. Holt will have a chance to get him, and Napoli picks it. Nice play on both ends to end the top of the 9th inning. We head for the bottom of the 9th. All tied at 4. Nice play. program at Boston Children's Hospital for every Red Sox home run this season. Sox have now hit 113 home runs, bringing the season total to 56,500. Our thanks to Hess and Hess Express, committed to helping the cause. 4-4 the score as we head to the bottom of the 9th inning. One of our stage managers, Jerry, Mary Walagunda, enjoying the ball game tonight at Fenway.
Yeah, not working, enjoying the game. Not that she doesn't enjoy it when she's working, but
Charlie Furbush into his 47th game of the year, 2-4 with a 3.43 earned run average, 59 strikeouts to 19 walks. Takes over for Medina, who was terrific. As Medina went an inning, actually went 2 innings, gave up no hits, retired everybody he faced, and 2 strikeouts. Charlie Furbush from South Portland, Maine. And on the mound for the Seattle Mariners, dealing with Jacoby Ellsbury, Shane Victorino, Dustin Pedroia, scheduled to bat here in the last half of the 9th inning. Ellsbury takes strike 1. Jacoby singled back in the first inning. A 1-for-4 night for the Red Sox leadoff hitter. Strike 2. Ellsbury spins out of the box, 0-2.
Back-to-back sliders to start off. Ellsbury, one inside part of the plate. That one right at the bottom of the strike zone.
Action for Seattle. Right-hander up Danny Farquhar. Shane Victorino waiting on deck as the Red Sox bat here in the bottom of the 9th. Ellsbury 0-for-5 in his career against Furbush. And a very defensive swing by Ellsbury, who strikes out to begin the bottom of the 9th inning.
Second time in the last 2 at bats he's had to face a left-hander, and they've been able to get him on the breaking ball. They wasted 1 fastball outside and then back to the slider, and the uncomfortable looking swing that time from Jacoby.
Shane Victorino with 2 hits in the game, a single in the first, a single in the 7th. A 2-for-4 night for the Red Sox right fielder. Strike 1. Victorino 1-for-1 in his career against Furbush. That one, a home run. Outside, glancing off the glove of Quintero. A ball and a strike. In the air, down the left field line, headed foul.
Victorino making another attempt for a home run, but foul territory. Almost 2 for 2 against him with 2 home runs.
Outside 2-2. Elevates and misses at 93, full count. One out in the bottom of the 9th inning. Shane Victorino waiting on a 3-2 pitch. Bouncing in for ball 4. The Red Sox have a 1-out base runner in the 9th.
Good at bat there for Victorino. Not chasing pitches out of the strike zone, making Furbush work hard and eventually drawing the walk.
Now Dustin Pedroia coming up. He has had a 2-hit night. Started for him really last night with a couple of hits in last night's ball game to break out of his slump. And Dustin Pedroia with a home run last night in the first game of the series. And another tonight. Tonight's 2-run shot with the Sox on top 4-3 at the time. Now he bats with 1 out and 1 on in a tie game. Thanks to Kyle Seager's solo home run on Shinichi Tozawa. It is 4-4 at the moment. There is strike 1. Pedroia with some tough numbers against Furbush. 0 for 8 with a K.
Outfield playing deep, a little bit deeper than they normally would with the man at first base. Potential winning run, trying to keep everything in front of them.
Outside 1-1.
And right now Furbush trying to keep everything away from Pedroia.
That's in their first strike.
Even the breaking ball picks up the outside corner.
Pedroia strikes out. He felt like he got a piece of it to foul tip it. And the home plate umpire is saying no. This will bring out John Farrell. Pedroia said he got a piece.
Take a look on replay and see if we can pick it up. So tough to tell. From that angle, it looked like he swung on top of it, and then the ball just spun back the other direction when it hit the plate.
Strikeout number 2 for Charlie Furbush. And now David Ortiz. 1 for 4. He singled his last at bat in the 7th inning. Ortiz will take ball 1. David 3 for 9 in his career against Furbush. Outside 2-0. Ortiz pops it up. Playable for Kyle Seager. Drifts to the outfield grass and puts it away. We head for extra frames from Fenway tonight, tied 4-4. Is brought to you in part by Jack Links. We play on to the 10th inning here at Fenway Park. Koji Uehara back out on the mound here for the Red Sox. Top of the order, Brad Miller will take strike one.
Uehara only had to make 8 pitches in the 9th inning, so back out there for the 10th.
Miller's been on twice, a single and a walk in the game. Swinging a foul tip, 0-2. Arizona has widened their lead on top 7-0 now in Tampa Bay. They're in the 9th inning. Miller pops it up. Stephen Drew on the dirt of the infield makes the catch for the first out of the 10th inning. One down for Nick Franklin. He struck out 3 times and lined out to first base. Eleven pitches to get 4 outs so far for Uehara. And a swing and a miss for Franklin out after that first pitch again.
Yeah, back-to-back split-fingered fastballs to get ahead very quickly by Uehara. Another splitter.
And striking out for the 4th time tonight is Nick Franklin. 2 down in the 10th.
No fastballs on that at bat for Franklin. All split-fingered fastballs from Uehara. And all 3 just about in that same location, away.
Two down in the 10th inning. Kyle Seager coming up here for the M's. He is the reason we are in extra innings. Red Sox had a 4-3 advantage when Seager took one out of the yard in the 8th inning. That was off Tazawa. He takes strike 1. Will Helmson, the closer for the Mariners, up in the pen. Danny Farquhar has been up alongside. If it remains tied, imagine we will see Farquhar. If the Mariners can get a lead here in the top of the 10th, Will Helmson. Swing and a miss, 1-2.
That splitter has been outstanding for Uehara. Everything it's been down in the zone.
Two and two. Swing and a miss. Koji Uehara gives the Red Sox 2 innings tonight. Mike Napoli will lead it off. Mike Napoli, Jared Saltalamacchia, and Daniel Nava expected to bat in the inning. Danny Farquhar, the new pitcher for the M's. 22nd appearance. There's no record of 6.00 earned run average, 46 strikeouts to 14 walks, and opponents hitting at 263 against Farquhar. Takes over for Furbush, who went an inning, striking out 2, walking a batter. Well, the overhead views tonight are provided by the Hood Blimp. This summer, try new Hood Harvey bars. Each bar is made with creamy Hood ice cream and is covered in a rich chocolate coating. Learn more at hood.com. Mike Napoli leading it off here in the 10th inning for Boston. Napoli will pop it up foul, back and out of play. Napoli tonight 0 for 3 with a walk. Walk back in the first inning, sends in a fly-out strikeout, and last time up bounced into the 6-4-3 double play. Two and one.
Kyle Seager at third base, playing fairly close, very close to the line, trying to prevent that two-base hit.
The breaking ball in there for strike two. Zero runs allowed for Farquhar in his last 4 games and 6 1/3 innings pitched. Napoli strikes out to open up the bottom of the 10th inning.
Now Farquhar going up and away with the fastball to pick up the strikeout against Napoli.
One out in the 10th, and it brings up Jared Saltalamacchia. He's lined out to first, single to right, single to center, and struck out swinging. 2 for 4 night for the Red Sox catcher. Strike one. On the ground, a bit of a shift on as Miller was right around the bag at second and throws out Saltalamacchia. Seattle was defensively aligned perfectly. 2 down in the inning.
Yeah, not in the complete shift, but certainly playing Saltalamacchia to pull, and the ground ball right at Miller, the shortstop. There's Thornton loosening up in the Red Sox bullpen.
3rd different time that he has been up in this game. There's Nava, who flied out to left field. His first at bat in the 8th inning. Came on to pitch hit for Mike Karp. Ball one. Strike called, 1-1. So the Mariners had Iwakuma start the game. Perez, Medina, Furbush, and now Farquhar in the game. Now the 1-1 to Nava. Fouls it off himself, and it's 1-2. Nava fouls off another, stays alive.
Farquhar throwing a lot of breaking balls here to Daniel Nava. He did strike out Napoli on a fastball.
Farquhar going from the Yankees to the Mariners in the Ichiro deal prior to the trade deadline last year. 1-2 pitch. Nava fouls it off.
Gets the fastball that time, but it was away at 96 miles an hour.
Low and away, 2-2. Nava grounds one foul outside of first, just to the right of the bag.
And again, you know, with the potential winning run at the plate, they're playing right on the line. Morse very close to that first base line. At third base, though, they're off.
Breaking ball outside, full count. This bat will see a ninth pitch now. Stephen Drew on deck. Red Sox batting last of the 10th in a 4-4 game. Nava fouls off another. Broken back grounder, foul. And the at-bat continues, but with a new piece of lumber now for Daniel Nava.
Cut fastball's going to break this bat, and Nava as it gets right in on the label of the bat. And just a weapon left in the hand of Daniel Nava.
Three balls, two strikes, two down here in the 10th inning. Nava strikes out as Farquhar gets him to end the 10th. We head to the 11th, tied at 4. Innings is brought to you in part by Jack Links. Now 4-4 the score as we head into the top half of the 11th inning. And the Red Sox will use their fourth pitcher of the night after 2 innings from Koji Uehara. And is Matt Thornton into the game. He had warmed up 3 different times before coming into this game. Appears in his 48th game between Chicago and Boston this season. He's 0-4 with a 3.74 earned run average. 26 strikeouts and 12 walks, and opponents hitting at .258 against Thornton. Uehara retired everybody he faced. 3 strikeouts in 2 innings for Koji. Andres Morales leading it off here for Seattle in the 11th inning. Morales with a 2-hit night, both singles, as he takes pitch outside for ball 1. Two and 0. Thornton threw a scoreless 8th inning, 2 strikeouts last night against the Mariners in game 1 of the series. He struck out Seager, and the man at the plate, Morales. Morales fouls this one off to the right, and it's 2-1. Staying away from with all 3 pitches, and Morales apparently broke his bat on that last foul ball.
Stay away, and if he's going to beat you with a home run, it's going to have to be to the opposite field, the big part of the ballpark.
3 for 7 in his career against Matt Thornton. Three and 1. Morales grounds one up the middle into center field. A base hit to get the top half of the 11th started for the Mariners. Well, don't forget, NESN's post-game coverage of the Sox begins right after the game with WB Mason Extra Innings Live. Hall of Famer Jim Rice joins TC to bring you the highlights, and Jenny will bring you reaction from the players, all from right here at Fenway. WB Mason Extra Innings Live. It can't go wrong when you buy right. WB Mason. They are ready to go. Morales going to be pinch run for here, as he now has picked up his 3rd hit of the game. It's like Brendan Ryan running at first base. Representing the go-ahead run here in the 11th inning, here's Raul Ibanez standing in with that runner at first base. Thornton will check on him. Ibanez will take a ball down low. Got it into a double play, fouled out, singled, and struck out. His single in the 6th inning produced a run. And at the time, put the Mariners on top 3-2. Two and 0. Tom Wilhelmsen up again for Seattle in the pen. Ibanez pops it up foul.
That combination of Seager and Morales in this game have been bad news for the Red Sox.
Well, Seager with 3 hits in the game. Morales with 3 hits in the game. Seager's home run in the 8th inning is the reason we're here in the 11th. Tied the game at 4-aside. 2-1. Ibanez hits a fly ball to center field. In comes Ellsbury. First out of the 11th. One out, one on as Michael Morse 0 for 4 in the game tonight and 0 for 8 since returning off the DL. Now, Matt Thornton, since joining the Red Sox, 5 2/3 innings, has given up 2 earned runs. 8th appearance since joining Boston. Ground ball up over the glove of Thornton as flipping to second base, and just in time is Stephen Drew. Well, that was close at second, but Ryan is out.
Now that was close, and what a heads-up play that was by Drew. That is the potential go-ahead run, and he's going to try to get that at second base, and they just barely get it. Look at the position Drew's in to make that flip, a sidearm flip to Pedroia, and a very close play at second base.
Robert Thompson, the acting manager, out there arguing with Jerry Meals, the second base umpire.
No matter what angle we look at it from, it was close. In a call that maybe could have gone either way.
Now Michael Saunders, broken bat, goes flying into the seats as this goes into center field for a base hit. Up to second base goes Morse on the single by Saunders.
Well, Saunders picking up his first hit of the night. 1 for 5 tonight as he jumps on the first pitch. Plants it in the center field for the base hit. Looks like another pinch runner coming out at second.
Andy Chavez will run. So the go-ahead run in scoring position now for Seattle with 2 outs here in the 11th inning. Dustin Ackley, the batter, he singled back in the 3rd inning, 1 for 4. Chavez at second base, Saunders at first, 2 outs in the 11th. Ackley lines it to center field, sinking fast, but Ellsbury picks it before it hits the grass. Thornton out of the jam. We play on to the bottom of the 11th.
Fenway Park. Couple of big defensive plays by the Red Sox. First, Drew getting a force out at second base to Dustin Pedroia on a very close play. And then Jacoby Ellsbury playing shallow. That line drive to left the bat looked like it was going to drop in, but he's able to be in a shallow position and get a great jump on it to make the catch. And we move into the bottom of the 11th inning.
Stephen Drew, Brock Holt, and Jacoby Ellsbury scheduled to bat in the bottom of the 11th inning. Farquhar back on the mound again for Seattle in a 1-2-3 10th inning. The Mariners making some changes as a result of the pinch runners. Andy Chavez stays in the game in right field for Michael Saunders. And moving from right to center is Saunders. And coming in from center field to first base is Dustin Ackley. With Michael Morris out of the game. Drew takes strike one. We'll foul that off. 0-2. Singled in the second inning. Flied out to center in the fourth. He walked in the sixth. And struck out swinging in the eighth. Swing and a miss, and Drew strikes out to begin the bottom of the 11th. That's a third strikeout for Farquhar since coming into the game.
Yeah, he's got Napoli, he got Knobber, and now he gets Drew on the breaking ball.
There's 12 strikeouts in the game for Mariners pitching. One out in the 11th inning. Brock Holt, the batter. 1 for 4 in the game. Grounds one foul. Craig Breslow up in the pen. Red Sox in the pen tonight have used Tozawa, Uehara, and Thornton in relief of John Lackey, who went the first 7 innings in this game. Holt off the end of the bat. A lot of spin on this. Seager at third throws out Holt. 2 down. Right off the end of the bat, kind of spun its way out to Seager at third. 2 away.
Yeah, Seager was not playing very deep down at third base, playing fairly shallow, so it didn't take him a long time to get to that ball as he was in just about even with the grass.
Two outs for Jacoby Ellsbury. 1 for 5 night. The single came back in the first inning. Two 2-0. Ellsbury fouling it back. Red Sox trailed 3-2, went ahead 4-3, and a 2-run home run by Pedroia. And Kyle Seager's home run to right center field tied this game 4-aside. Here we are in the bottom of the 11th inning with 2 outs. Three and one. Ellsbury chops one to first. Ackley's got it. He'll tag the bag, and we go to the 12th from Fenway. At Fenway Park, and Dustin Pedroia put the Red Sox on top 4-3 with his 2-run home run. But back came the Seattle Mariners very next inning off Junichi Tazawa. Kyle Seager's home run tied the game 4-4. And now it is to the 12th inning back at Fenway Park. New pitcher for the Red Sox and their second straight lefty, and Matt Thornton came in first now. It is Craig Breslow into the game for Boston. Breslow's 37th appearance, 3-2, the 2.68 earned run average. 19 strikeouts to 9 walks, and opponents hitting at 261 against Breslow. For a perfect 7th inning last night against the Mariners. Last night was his 3rd straight scoreless appearance. 28 of 36 appearances have been scoreless as Breslow comes into the game. Bottom of the order, Humberto Quintero leads it off for Seattle. He's had a 2-hit night, singles in the 6th and 7th innings, going 2 for 4 in the game. Quintero grounds one to first base. Napoli's got it. He'll take it himself to the bag for the first out of the inning. I'll remind you to stay with NESN following our Sox coverage for NESN Sports Today, presented by People's United Bank. Coming to you live from here at Fenway Park. We'll look at the ramifications of today's MLB trade deadline. Mike Salk has the Boston Buzz, and Peter Gammon sits down with Dustin Pedroia. All that and more comes your way with Adam Pellerin and Leah Hextall tonight following our Sox coverage. One out for Brad Miller. Miller's been on twice tonight, a single and a walk. He has also scored 2 runs and has had success against Craig Breslow. Nick Franklin on deck, 1 out in the 12th inning. 2-1.
Looked like Miller wanted to take that one down the first base line with him a drag bunt, but the pitch was away.
Three and one. Breslow wanted that pitch close to the corner. And a 1-out walk here in the 12th inning to Brad Miller. And that'll bring up Nick Franklin. An 0 for 5 night, striking out 4 times in the game tonight.
Franklin, a switch hitter from the right side, a 242 hitter, left-handed 293 coming in tonight's action.
Softly grounded to first base. Napoli will run back to the bag and tag it. And as to second base goes Miller. Franklin retired 3 unassisted.
And now the Red Sox will have to deal with Seager again.
Seager 3 for 5 in the game, doubled in the 4th, singled in the 6th inning, and homered in the 8th. Triple shy of hitting for the cycle in this game. Seager takes ball 1. Outside 2-0. Brad Miller in scoring position with 2 away. The Mariners had a runner at second last inning and could not score. That's a strike. 2-1.
And no fastball on the 2-0 count right there. Breslow stays with the slider.
Three and 1 as Seager spins out of the box. Brendan Ryan waiting on deck. He pinch ran in the 11th inning. In the dirt, gets away, and taking third base is Miller. So able to now get to third, 90 feet away with 2 outs. Wild pitch charged to Breslow. As it is ball 4 to Kyle Seager.
Breslow again staying with that breaking ball. It's staying away from Seager. It gets away from Saltalamacchia. Base runner advances to third base. And that brings up Ryan, who came into the game for Morales last time around.
Really struggling over his last 21 games. 7 for his last 62 at 113. Overall in the season, hitting under 200 at 191. Chance to put the Mariners on top here in the top half of the 12th inning. Ryan with a swing and a miss for strike one. Swing and a miss, 0-2.
Couple of real hard swings by Ryan and no contact. That time the 91-mile-an-hour fastball right by him.
Miller at third base, Seager at first base. 2 down in the 12th inning. Breslow's 0-2 pitch. Here's a pop-up. Napoli into foul ground. Makes the catch, and Breslow out of the jam. Shane Victorino will lead it off for the Red Sox in the bottom of the 12th. To the bottom of the 12th inning. Farquhar back on the mound for the Mariners. He's trying to go 3 innings here of relief. He's been in since the 10th. And the Red Sox have Victorino, Pedroia, and Ortiz expected in the bottom of the 12th inning. Victorino a 2-hit night after having 3 hits last night. On base 4 times in the game, which had an error and also a walk in this game. Victorino takes a breaking ball for strike one. Fouled back, 0-2.
Fastball kind of sneaks up on you at 95 miles an hour from Farquhar. Still throwing hard here in the 3rd inning. He's worked.
And he makes Victorino strike out here. Shane with an off-balance swing there for the first out of the 12th inning.
Yeah, breaking ball, fastball, breaking ball will get the out against Victorino. Back to the breaking ball here for the strikeout.
Dustin Pedroia 2 for 5 in the game tonight. As he takes strike one. Lucas Luetke is up in the pen. Seattle's used Perez, Medina, Furbush, and Farquhar. Fly ball to right field for Pedroia. Chavez has plenty of room, and he'll take care of out number 2 of the 12th inning. Now Big Papi. 1 for 5 ninth. The single coming in the 7th inning.
Outfield very, very deep. Center field, the sun is almost to the warning track.
Ortiz chops one foul, evens it up at 1-1. Farquhar, since coming into this game, has retired all 8 Red Sox he has faced in 2 2/3 innings. Down and in, almost got a piece of Ortiz. 2-1. Mike Napoli on deck. 2 outs here in the 12th. Ortiz hits it in the air down the right field line. Chavez over towards the pole and will make the catch on the track that ends the 12th inning. To the 13th, tied 4-4. Half of the 13th inning, and Craig Breslow back on the mound for Boston here for the 13th. He's out there for the 12th. Raul Ibanez leads it off here for the Mariners in the 13th inning. Four runs, 12 hits, 2 errors for Seattle. 4 runs, 10 hits, no errors for Boston. Ibanez takes strike 1. And a base hit back in the 6th inning, a single to right. Ibanez with a shift on right to Pedroia in short right field.
Well, we've seen a couple of times tonight where that shift has come into play, and it certainly did that time. They're in a regular position there. That's going to be a base hit for Ibanez. Instead, the line drive at Pedroia.
There is Andy Chavez. He pinch ran. Shows bunt and will take ball one. Chavez ran in the 11th. He bats here in the 13th. Fly ball to center field, sending Ellsbury back onto the warning track to make the catch. 2 outs in the 13th inning. Michael Saunders coming up here for the M's. A base hit in the 11th. He is 1 for 5 in the game. Yankees and Dodgers are in the 4th inning of their game on the West Coast. Not a score tonight in LA. Foul ball, and it's 1-1 to Michael Saunders.
And just about everything in the first 2 columns of that board are done except the Kansas City Minnesota game. That's in the 8th inning.
The White Sox and Indians went into extra innings, but Cleveland with a 6-5 win. Indians are rolling right now. That's a strike, 1 and 2. And Cleveland has won 7 straight games. Outside, 2 and 2. Inside, full count. Breslow has the first 2 outs of the 13th inning. Dustin Ackley waiting on deck for the Mariners. Saunders drives one to deep left field. Back goes Nava, looking up, and it is high off the wall. Nava plays the carom to second base safely with a slide. Goes Saunders. He did not miss a home run by very much to left.
No, he did not. Maybe by a few feet at the top of that green monster. Hits the last couple of times up here in extra innings for Saunders. A base hit back in the 11th. Now the double. And gets in scoring position with 2 outs.
Mariners have had their chances in extra innings. Left a runner at second in the 11th. Left a runner at second base, or a runner at third base in the 12th. And now the runner at second in the 13th. Strike it, it's 1-1. Red Sox with action in the pen again, as Drake Britton is up in the pen. Third pitch was actually close in the second, but called a ball.
Yeah, pretty good pitch right there by Breslow, not going his way. Fastball to the outside part of the plate. Framed nicely by Saltalamacchia.
In the air to right center field. On the run is Ellsbury. He will get there. Breslow will leave Saunders at second. We're going to the bottom of the 13th. To the bottom of the 13th inning. Lucas Litke comes into the game here for the Mariners, and he becomes their 6th pitcher of the night. 18th appearance, 0-1 with a 5.19 earned run average, 13 strikeouts to 5 walks. Bowman sitting at .343 against Litke. Takes over for Farquhar, did a very good job. He retired all 9 Red Sox that he faced. So 3 innings, no hits, and he had 4 strikeouts in his outing.
Now they extended him for quite a few innings in this ball game, and he certainly got the job done. Very nice job by the Seattle reliever.
So Mike Napoli to lead it off. Jim is resting comfortably, waiting for the postgame to begin.
They're all smiles out there. TC, Jim, Mike Barry, very anxious to get his show going.
It's like a very comfortable booth out there.
Look at Jim all decked out. I mean, look at the shoes. Those are going to be like $900 shoes.
He's always got the pocket stuff going on too. Look at that. That's a great look.
Always looking good.
Bottom of the 13th inning. Mike Napoli to lead it off. Does not have a hit tonight as he takes ball 1 inside. That's a strike over the outside corner. So he faced Lukey 1 time and he walked. Fly ball to right field. Chavez underneath it. Makes the catch for the first out in the bottom of the 13th inning. Here comes Jared Saltalamacchia. He's got a couple hits in the game tonight. So Lipke has the first out of the 13th. So all these hits, both singles, 1 in the 4th and 1 in the 6th inning.
Johnny Gomes has come out on deck to hit for Nava.
2-0. Saltalamacchia hits one to left field. It doesn't have enough. Ibanez back there on the track to make the catch. Towards the end of the bat, and it's out number 2.
Yeah, right toward the end of the bat for Saltalamacchia, and Bailey reaching the warning track. Gets his fastball, but it's away. And right about there, Saltalamacchia knows he does not have enough to get it off the wall or put it over the wall.
Now Johnny Gomes pinch hitting here for Nava. With 2 outs in the 13th inning. Outfield very deep and straight away all the way around. Ball 1. Three pinch hit home runs already for Johnny Gomes on the season. Has 2 walk-off home runs already this season. Outside 2-0.
And you got to give him the green light here. 3 balls and no strikes. Left-handed Drew on deck. The reason Gomes is up there is to try to end this game.
And he takes a strike. 3-1.
Keeping the fastball away from Gomes.
Three-one pitch. And Gomes will take ball 4 and head down to first base. Johnny Gomes at first base with 2 down. It's out of player for the Pneumatic this season as the Red Sox have enjoyed walk-off wins, as has he. Now this one will get by, and Gomes will head to second base. In the scoring position with 2 down. Wild pitch charged to Litke.
Very quickly that walk turns into a man in scoring position and the potential winning run at second base.
Drew ahead 1-0, 1 for 4 in the game tonight as he bats the winning run at second base. Brandon Snyder has come out on deck. He would bat for Holt. If this inning continues, there's a 1-0. 2-0. May 6th, Stephen Drew with a walk-off double against the Minnesota Twins. Three and 0. We'll give Drew the green light here.
Would I?
Yes.
I would. And hope that he catches a fastball right down the middle.
Take strike one.
Of course, that's why I'm not in the dugout.
Drew pops it up. Franklin to the outfield grass, a stagger, but he makes the catch. Hey, we're going to the 14th, tied 4-4. Jerry, he doesn't appear to have a mustache.
No, and nor does he have a air guitar position that he's in either.
No. Wish Callie luck on being famous, though.
We're glad he's still here enjoying the ball game.
Well, it is 4-4 as we head to the 14th inning. Johnny Gomes stays in the game and is in left field after he pinch hit for Nava. Third left fielder of the game for the Red Sox, Carp, Nava, and Gomes. Red Sox also have a new pitcher as Drake Britton comes into the game for Boston. He's been very good. 5 appearances, not giving up a run. 6 innings and only 2 hits. Struck out 4. Opponent's hitting at 125 against Britton. Takes over for Craig Resbelo, who went to 2 innings in the game. Gave up a hit. He walked 2 and did not strike anybody out. Alberto Quintero will lead it off here for Seattle in the 14th inning. Couple of hits for Quintero on the night. A single in the 6th inning, a single in the 7th inning, and 2 for 5 in the game. Monday night, Britton threw a career-high 2 scoreless innings against Tampa Bay, struck out 2. Fired 9 straight batters over his last 3 appearances. Strike 2.
Good breaking ball that time. One that the right-hander hitter quits on, and it picks up the outside corner.
Foul back. And to our left. Top of the order, Brad Miller waiting on deck. Then Nick Franklin expected here in the 14th inning. Fouled off to the right, back into the seats. Britton making his major league debut on the 20th of July against New York. And called up on the 14th of July, and he's been very good for John Farrell. Fouled off, still 2-2. Britton is the 6th Red Sox pitcher of the night. Lackey went 7 innings. Kazao in inning, 2 for Uehara, 1 for Thornton, and 2 for Breslow. Quintero stays alive. This at bat will extend to a 9th pitch.
I was looking at both managers. I mean, a long night for the stomachs of both those guys. Managing this ball game, a tie game, extra innings for the Red Sox, first place on the line.
Now that game went final a while ago. Arizona beating Tampa Bay 7-0. Quintero strikes out on a pitch in the dirt. He's the first out of the 14th inning.
And once again, Britton goes to that breaking ball and gets Quintero to chase one that's out of the strike zone. That ball was never really in the strike zone. It started down, and Quintero almost on a bounce swinging at it.
One out in the 14th for Brad Miller. Has been on 3 times, a single and 2 walks. He was left at third base in the 12th inning. Seattle leaving 2 on in the 11th, 2 on in the 12th. Runner at second in the 13th. Grounded up the middle and into center field. Second hit of the night for Brad Miller. Seattle has a 1-out base runner here in the 14th.
Last time he had a base hit was back in the 4th inning, and he did have a stolen base in that inning. Takes that ground ball right back up the middle and quickly by the glove of Zach Britton.
A long night for Nick Franklin, who has struck out 4 times in this game. And gone 0 for 6.
I wonder if they consider trying a hit and run in this situation. 1 out. Trying to get some movements on the bases. Maybe move an infielder out of position.
Throw to first, and diving back safely is Miller.
And it's tough sometimes to put that play on when you get a guy up, though, that struck out 4 times on a night.
Strike 1. Drake Britton, a guy began the year at Double-A Portland. He's an Eastern League All-Star. Had 1 appearance with the Paw Sox and Triple-A before being called up. Franklin lines it to center field. Ellsbury coming in to make the catch. They're trying to double him off first, and it's dropped by Napoli. It looked like he was going to get back anyway. There are now 2 outs in the inning as Franklin lines out to center.
There have been a couple of baseballs hit to center field over the last couple of innings where they look like base hits, but Ellsbury, playing shallow, has made easy plays on him. The throw back to first base was not going to be in time.
So 2 outs here in the 14th inning. And Kyle Seager, the batter. He is the reason we are in the 14th inning. His home run back in the 8th tied the score 4-4. Red Sox had a 4-3 advantage at the time. Hit a solo shot into right center. 17th home run of the year. Look out. Seager ducking out of the way. The breaking ball. Swing and a miss. High fastball that time. 1-1, and Seager chased.
That challenged him up in the strike zone with a 92-mile-an-hour fastball. It was a high fastball that he hit off to Zawa for a home run back in the 8th inning.
Justin Smoke has come out on deck. He would bat for Brendan Ryan. There are 2 outs in the inning. Strike 2. Swing and a miss, strikes him out. Mariners will leave another base runner. It's on to the last of the 14th. at Fenway Park. Seattle 14 hits. The Red Sox have 10. And the last hit for the Red Sox, single by David Ortiz back in the 7th inning. As Lucas Litke back on the mound here for Seattle, his 2nd inning of relief. And Brandon Snyder will pinch hit for Brock Holt in the 14th. Snyder at 212 with 2 home runs coming into this at bat here in the 14th inning. Brock Holt tonight had gone 1 for 5 with a double in the 5th. In there for strike 1. So the Red Sox have gone over their last 20 here. Outside 1-1. Snyder, Ellsbury, and Victorino expected in the bottom of the 14th inning. Snyder lines one towards left center field. That's going to get down. Over to cut it off is Saunders. Snyder is headed for second base. Throw off the mark. He will be safe at second. Just got in. If that throw is on target, he is out.
Well, you could tell that was going to be very close when Snyder rounded first. A very nice play by Saunders out in center field. Quickly gets that ball in the second base to make it a close play. But the head first slide will beat it. And Saunders going to the backhand. The good strong throw to second base on one hop. It's going to be off target. And just barely getting the hand in before the tags around the midsection. Well, they were playing deep to try to prevent the double. They still get the double to the Red Sox.
Now Jacoby Ellsbury stands in. Winning run in scoring position. Nobody out. Ellsbury takes strike 1. Had a single way back in the first inning and is 1 for 6 in the contest. And Brian Butterfield is going to bring the message down from third base. That base hit, pinch hit for Snyder, is the first hit for the Red Sox since the 7th inning. Ellsbury drops the bunt down. Litke will go to first base, and retired is Ellsbury. Taking third is Snyder on the sacrifice for the first out of the 14th inning.
Well, that's the side you want to go to. It's to the third base side and hope to pull the third baseman off the bag. That time it was Litke who made the play, but a successful play anyway. Third base wide open. Is the third baseman committed? There's no play there. Infield comes in. Outfield comes in.
Shane Victorino with a chance to win it. And they're going to send Carl Willis, the pitching coach, out to talk to Litke. Bring the entire infield in for this conversation.
And the way to end this game would be a squeeze play. How about that?
You're calling for a squeeze here.
Just throwing it out there. John Farrell trying to get the attention of Brian Butterfield.
Shane Victorino, 2 for 5 on the night. The infield in all the way around. Brandon Snyder is his lead at third. Victorino takes strike 1.
Infield in, outfield in.
Oh, 2. Victorino pops it up to center field. Saunders is under it. He makes the catch. Here comes Snyder. Here comes the throw. It will be in time as he holds on to the baseball. And we will head to the 15th inning. Throwing out. Brandon Snyder at the plate from center.
Well, you know, it was not that deep. Everybody in ballpark knew that, but you got to take the chance anyway, hoping for a bad throw. And there was no bad throw here. All the way in the air. Snyder tries to knock the ball out, but that's not going to happen. That's why you bring the outfield into a position where they still feel they can throw somebody out on a fly ball. And Saunders makes an excellent throw all the way in the air. You've got to take that chance, though. You've got to take it and hope for a bad throw.
Brandon Snyder stays in the game at third base after he pinch hit for Holt. Brennan Ryan does bat for himself. They had Smoke was going to bat for him last inning, but it is Ryan, and he takes strike 1. Outside for ball 2, 2-1. Second inning of relief for Drake Britton. Ryan will hit a fly ball to right field. Shane Victorino makes the catch for the first out of the 15th. These aerial views are brought to you by Hood, the official dairy of the Boston Red Sox. Follow the Hood Blimp on Facebook and Twitter at Hood Blimp. Here's Raul Ibanez, 1 for 6 at an RBI single. He was back in the 6th inning. Fouled back, 1-1. Red Sox in the shift on the right side for Ibanez. Ibanez fouls it off, and it's 1-2. Andy Chavez on deck, 1 out in the 15th. Over the shift and into right field for Ibanez. That's in for a base hit as Victorino gets it back in quickly. And a 1-out single for Raul Ibanez, his 2nd hit of the game.
That's a good job by Ibanez. He got a breaking ball away, but he's still able to hook it and defeat the shift to pick up the base hit. Ball is away from him. Not that bad a pitch by Britton. Maybe a little bit high, but still very good hitting by Ibanez.
Now Andy Chavez with 1 out and 1 on. Pitch ran in the 11th inning. Off the end of the bat, dribbled down the third baseline, foul. Chavez sprays one foul down the left field line, out of play. Britton's 0-2 pitch. And a ground ball base hit through the left side. Up to second base goes Ibanez, and Chavez with a single, well placed.
Just a little slop that time by Chavez to the left side of the infield. That's pretty impressive right there. A breaking ball down and away, just keeps his head on the baseball, slaps it in that direction, picks up the base hit. So 2 tough at bats for left-handers against the left-hander Britton.
Saunders coming up. It's his throw from center field on the fly ball by Shane Victorino that Retired Brandon Snyder at the plate to end the bottom of the 14th. Red Sox had the potential winning run at third with 1 out. Now the Mariners have 2 on with 1 out here in the 15th. There's strike 1 to Saunders. Wilhelmsen, the closer for the Mariners, up again.
Red Sox have used their closer a long time ago.
And he pitched the 9th and 10th innings. Apparently outside, 1-1. Swing and a miss. Fastball a little bit up, 1-2. Welcome to Thursday. Saunders to left field. Gomes coming in, and he makes the catch. Sinking liner. He's got to go to second base, but he's going to run it in himself and tag the bag. It's a double play. You don't see that every day. Nice catch by Johnny Gomes. Turns it into 2. Unassisted. Back at Fenway Park. Raul Ibanez taking off with that ball he thought was going to land into left field. As it comes up, Johnny Gomes making the catch and turning it into 2.
Johnny Gomes has made a lot of very nice plays out there in left field. And there's another one. I was going to say throw to second base, but he just got to run in there and tag it himself. And the double play to end the inning. Gomes to the backhand, able to make the catch. He knows where Ibanez is, and he's going to double him up himself. What a night at Fenway.
Dustin Pedroia to lead it off here in the bottom of the 15th inning. Wilkie back on the mound. His 3rd inning of relief. 2-0.
And try a changeup on the 2-0 count to Pedroia right there and miss with it.
Ball 4 and a 4-pitch walk to begin the 15th. David Ortiz and a single back in the 7th inning. And a 1-for-6 night. Potential winning run at first base, and Dustin Pedroia gains his lead. Ball 1. 5 straight balls to begin the inning for Lipke. Ortiz grounds one to first base. Ackley will duck back and tag the bag for the out, but Pedroia to second base as Ortiz is retired for the first out of the inning.
Well, if anything good comes to this out, it's the fact that Pedroia does get into scoring position at second base.
Mike Napoli coming up, and they're going to put him on.
Take their chances with Salt Lamacchia coming up next.
Napoli headed down to first base on the intentional walk. And Jared Saltalamacchia coming up. Quintero out to talk to Lipke. Salty goes around for strike one. Started with a breaking ball, 0-1. Saltalamacchia grounds it foul into the Mariners dugout and is down 0-2.
Two breaking balls to start Saltalamacchia in this at bat.
for strike 3, and Saltalamacchia is out number 2 of the 15th.
Back to the breaking ball again, this time outside corner. 3 straight breaking balls to Saltalamacchia.
Johnny Gomes, who walked in his pinch appearance in the 13th inning, batting for Nava at the time. This game is 5 hours old. Started on Wednesday. We're into Thursday. Started in July. We're into August.
Very good, Doc. Very, very good. That's good stuff at 12:10.
Huh? Ball 1. In the 7th at Dodger Stadium without a score. Yankees and Dodgers on the left coast. Two and 0.
I might consider putting on Johnny Gomes and taking my chances with Drew. Lefty against lefty. He hasn't even been close to Johnny Gomes, and Gomes has got to have the green light here on the 3-0 count.
Pitch. He takes ball 4, and the bases are loaded. The second walk for Gomes. And walking the bases loaded is Litke. Carl Willis, the pitching coach, coming out here. It'll be up to Stephen Drew. Red Sox had a chance to win it with a runner at 3rd and 1 out in the 14th. Couldn't get him in. Now with 2 outs in the 15th inning, have the potential winning run 90 feet away. They are ready to go and have been for a long time.
I enjoy in this room.
Stephen Drew had a single back in the 2nd inning. A 1-for-5 night. Ball 1. Swing and a miss, 1-1. Two and 1. Drew lines it down the right field line. Fair ball. Up into the seats. Red Sox win. It takes 15. The Red Sox win it, and back into first place they go.
Stephen Drew gets himself ahead in the count. He gets a fastball middle in, and just in fair territory down that right field line. What a ball game tonight there at Fenway Park. Talk about grinding out a win.
The Red Sox win it 5-4 as we send it down to Jenny Dell.
Stephen, it was a back-and-forth battle to start it out. We are now into August. How good does it feel to finish it off this way?
Oh, it's huge. You know, I've been on both sides before, so it's a great night for us, a great win, and hopefully we just keep it going.
What about the job that the Red Sox bullpen did, keeping you in the game, some incredible defensive plays? Your thoughts?
You know, it's great when you got guys in the pen like that can come in and throw strikes. And, you know, we made some key plays late in the game that helped us win.
Biggest thing right now, back in first place in the AL East. Also, the 10th walk-off win for this Red Sox team. What does that show you about this team?
It just goes out every day and plays hard. You know, you don't give up until the game's over, and that's why they call it 27 outs. But, you know, we had more tonight, but it's fun to be on this side of this side of the dugout.
Congratulations, Stephen.
You.
So the Red Sox win it 5-4 from Fenway Park. We'll keep it right here at Fenway Park. To Tom Caron we go.